Life wild, open. I left the United Kingdom at 16, with no plan, no roadmap, just a backpack. I spent 20 years living in Southeast Asia. I learned the languages. I was a missionary and a business owner, and a wife. We lived with the people, we built relationships, and we built a life we believed in. Then I lost it, all of it. Widowed, homeless, and an immigrant. Alone. When life demanded I rebuild, I climbed into an 18-wheeler and became a truck driver. Somewhere between the mission field in Asia and a truck cab in America. I learned that the life you plan and the life you actually live are rarely the same thing. You grieve that for a while. Then, if you're willing, you stop fighting it. Today, I live in the rural Dakotas with my husband and our dog Chewy, a nomad at heart and a minimalist by practice. This is not a story about surviving. Survival is the floor, not the ceiling. Life wild, open. It cost me everything. I would do it all over again. Chapter 1. Ink and Cleaver. The conversations and events in this book come from my memories. I have retold them to capture the heart and meaning of the moments, not as exact transcripts. To protect privacy, I have sometimes changed names, locations, or identifying details. The truth of what happened, the people, the moments, and the lessons remain intact. I was 16, standing in an airport halfway across the world, clutching a backpack. A paper slip rested in my hand, its characters resembling pictures, penned with meticulous strokes. I failed to grasp the language or discern any written symbols. That paper was my sole protection from becoming lost within a city of millions. When the mission packet arrived months earlier, it had been thick with instructions, forms, and schedules. Buried inside was the handwritten slip. That was vital. It held the name and address of the mission office. The plan was simple enough to memorize. Fly, pass through customs inspection, walk outside the airport to the taxi stand, deliver this document to the driver, and trust him with my destination. We had a family computer, which sounds far grander than it was. I had learned how to send email, but the internet still seemed like something floating somewhere above the clouds, a place you accessed rather than used. We had exchanged a few emails before the trip, short, cautious messages that took patience and guesswork. However, the mail delivered key information. Weeks of waiting ended when a thick envelope arrived, covered in foreign stamps. I recall holding it, contemplating its global journey before I opened it. That self-reliance was not uncommon for me. This was the manner in which our parents raised us. My parents belonged to a generation that believed young adults learned best by doing, sometimes by getting it wrong first. We grew up outside, disappearing for entire days, returning only before the sky started turning dark. If my parents worried, they never staged a production of it. My mum stood in the kitchen, working through the practicals like she always did. Passport. Money is split between bags. Then, predictably, she asked if I had packed clean underwear. In our house, that ranked as essential survival equipment. You could lose your luggage, miss your ride, or end up in serious trouble. But apparently, the genuine tragedy would be questionable undergarments. That priority came straight from my Irish grandmother. For years, she maintained a small, ready bag near the entrance, prepared for urgent hospital trips. Fresh clothes folded neatly on top, as if she were expecting the ambulance to pencil her in between errands. My dad handled it in his own way. He carried my bag to the entryway and set it down, then looked at me and asked if I was certain. There was no doubt in his voice, only a need to hear it from me. When I said yes, he gave a small nod, a simple acknowledgement that the decision was mine. The conversation ended there. He picked up the keys and walked to the car to drive me to the airport. That was how permission worked in our house. My 4 siblings and I had to pick our direction and stand by it. Advice was always somewhere in the background. Rescue rarely was. If things went sideways, you sorted it out, or you learned from it, usually both. They allowed brief complaining. Mistakes did not become catastrophes. They considered them part of the bill. I graduated at 16 and already knew one thing clearly. If I wanted anything beyond that, I would have to fund it myself. There was no family money held in reserve. Pursuing higher learning seemed impossible. I knew only one way. I worked. I started earning money around 11 years old, first with paper rounds, then working shifts at the English fish and chip shop. By the time I finished school, I went straight into full-time work. 16 comes with a surprising privilege in the UK. You are officially old enough to pay government income tax. My parents added their own version of adulthood to the lesson. If I were earning, I contributed rent. That may sound harsh, but it felt normal. Learning quickly that money had weight, you saved it, you respected it, and you learned how fast it disappeared if you did not. Would more money have made life easier? Possibly, but it would not have taught me how to stretch a paycheck or to value experiences over possessions. It would not have shown me that money is a tool to be used, not something that can control you if you let it. My desire wasn't solely to depart from school. I wanted to leave the area altogether. I knew I had a level head, but I also knew how easily people stayed exactly where they started. Where I grew up was not quite what Americans would call the projects, but it was UK lower income housing. Rows of tight homes, where futures often felt mapped out early, and rarely in ways that led anywhere new. Many kids I grew up around stepped straight into jobs that went nowhere and stayed there because leaving felt impossible. I had been saving money for years, stacking wages from endless hours behind the counter at the chippy. Most days I was working or at school. Hindsight suggests that the limited time saved me from considerable trouble. Traveling solo, unable to communicate, and unknown to everyone around me, I didn't feel bold or reckless. It felt as if I had already trained for it. The plane landed at one of the most infamous old airports in the world. It sat right in the city, where planes skimmed low between high-rise buildings. As I looked out from my window seat in the early morning light, I saw a man standing in his bathroom, in nothing but his boxer shorts. He waved from a high-rise apartment window. Only veteran pilots made that approach, threading a huge metal bird between concrete towers, with lush green mountains rising behind everything like a painted backdrop. The wheels hit the pavement, the cabin jolted, and I was there. We had to disembark onto the asphalt and walk down the stairs. The moment I stepped out, the air hit me like a warm, wet sauna. Breathing was slightly difficult. I'd only known the cold, damp English environment. Grey, rainy, predictable. This was different. The air had weight, a smell, and personality. I breathed in fried noodles, diesel fumes, humid earth, and a hint of the sea. I floated through customs and border control in a bit of a daze, overwhelmed by the sights and sounds, everything foreign. There was no cell phone, no backup contact. No one was waiting for me on the other side. I located the taxi stand outside of the airport. This was where it all mattered. Would the taxi driver understand the piece of paper I was carrying and know where to go? I handed it over, my heart pounding, watching his face for any sign of recognition. He nodded, gestured for me to get in, and we pulled away from the curb. The ride through that city, with towering neon signs, buses blasting their brakes, laundry hanging off balconies, and bamboo scaffolding lining buildings, felt like being dropped into another universe. I had my face glued to the window for the entire journey. The taxi stopped. The driver grunted, pointed toward an office building's entrance, and silence ensued. No English, no explanation. This entrance stood on a busy cross street, its surroundings filled with identical buildings, no matter where one looked. So I stepped out of the taxi. I was young and full of fire, on a foreign street, with a backpack and a stranger's grunt to guide me. My heart thudded in my chest. Unfamiliar smells, fresh sounds, unknown faces, and a mix of excitement and low unease overloaded my senses. I pushed the door open. It led to another door, then another. Then, unexpectedly, an office populated by both local and Western folks, chatting and working, appeared before me. I had arrived. I encountered individuals from many countries, working alongside volunteers, visiting teams, and residents, all moving with a shared purpose. I experienced a sense of belonging with my mission team at work. Food became its own adventure. I thought I understood takeout culture, growing up around British chippies, Indian restaurants, and Chinese takeaways, and imagining something loosely similar abroad. My confidence in that theory proved wildly misplaced. Ordering food on my own usually involved pointing enthusiastically at menu items I could not read and pronouncing words in ways that likely offended several dialects at once. More than once, a plate arrived containing something edible that I could not identify, cooked in sauces I had absolutely no reference point for. I ate them anyway, partly out of politeness, and partly because hunger builds courage. Meals improved dramatically when I was with others. Volunteers drifted in from Australia, America, Canada, Denmark, France, New Zealand, and corners of Europe I had barely heard of. We eventually found a cluster of open-air restaurants strung across pedestrian bridges connecting two districts. Locals called one area the Green Chopsticks because of the bright utensils stacked at every table. That became our unofficial meeting spot. The food was incredible, bowls of steaming dishes passed between strangers, who instantly became friends. And occasionally, when homesickness crept in, we all surrendered to whatever recognizable fast food we could find and pretended it tasted like home. Bathrooms, however, required a different level of adaptation. Western plumbing confidence did not transfer well. Rumors spread one afternoon that one volunteer had disappeared for an unusually long time. When he finally reappeared, he looked both relieved and deeply traumatized. He admitted he had not known how to use a squat toilet and had panicked halfway through the experience. His solution involved removing every item of clothing from the waist down, including shoes and socks, and holding them in his mouth to avoid dropping anything into the opening. Reassembling himself afterward took far longer than the original problem. None of us ever let him forget it. It also served as a fairly effective cultural education for the rest of us. Getting around the city and surrounding rural areas meant learning an entirely new transportation system. Buses, crowded trains, the occasional taxi, and long stretches of walking through neighborhoods I could not pronounce. Maps became suggestions more than instructions. The pace of daily work and travel changed my body without me noticing at first. I lost weight simply from the constant walking and odd eating patterns. Mission housing meant sharing space with women from wildly different backgrounds, each of us arriving for similar reasons, but carrying completely different personal journeys underneath it all. I knew little of the language, but I learned enough to introduce myself, ask questions, and muddle through directions. Daily activities were practical. I helped when I could, watched when I could not, and chuckled at unintelligible gestures. Life was not in sermons or books. It was on the streets, in people's homes, in markets, classrooms, and alleys. We met folks where they lived, observed their necessities, and discovered means to assist without causing offense. Somewhere deep in one of the city markets, down where the alleys twisted, as if they had their own sense of humor, I found something special. Something I had to bring back for my parents. It was Asia, after all. So obviously my brain went directly to a giant, hand-sculpted meat cleaver. A massive one, carved from a single piece of metal and wood, the handle and blade all one fluid shape. It was expensive, ridiculous, completely unnecessary. Perfect. I chose the biggest one. The craftsman even etched something heartfelt onto the side in the local language. A message for my parents, I think. Maybe it was inscribed, with love, or please sharpen responsibly. I could not read a word of it, just like the handwritten paper I had arrived with and used, to start my journey across the entire city. Fitting, really. I kept no record of how long I remained. Time changed differently on that trip. Days stretched and collapsed all at once, marked more by experiences than by calendars. Leaving marked a profound change within me from my initial state. Departure felt tangled and brought sadness, longing for companions, locales, and that peculiar life, now familiar. I was ready to see my parents again, ready for recognizable accents, weather, and food that did not require guessing, games, and hopeful pointing at menus. The taxi ride to the airport felt subdued compared to the chaos the city usually allowed. I watched the streets slide past the window, trying to memorize details I knew I would never fully hold on to. Street vendors setting up stores in the middle of alleys, vertical skyscrapers shooting straight up, markets on one street, and luxury shops filling another. I packed my luggage carefully for the flight home. It held my souvenirs, my paperwork, and what felt like proof I had actually done something bigger than myself. I kept checking the zippers, running my hand over the fabric, making sure everything was still there. Looking back, all this happened before airport security became what it is today. It was also my first time flying. I had no real understanding of airport rules or regulations. My logic was simple. If something mattered, you kept it close. So, while packing for my return flight, emotional about leaving but eager to get home, I placed the enormous cleaver inside my carry-on backpack and walked toward security with complete and utter normalcy. The airport itself felt overwhelming. Departure boards flipped and clacked overhead. Families hugged goodbye in tight circles. Business travelers traveled with rehearsed urgency. I followed signs more than understanding them, hoping confidence could substitute for knowledge. Check-in felt like a minor victory. My passport was stamped, my boarding pass printed, and my bag tagged. I remember thinking I was doing well in this international travel business. Then my backpack rolled through the scanner on entry to the gates. Alarms exploded the instant it passed through, sounding as if I had just attempted to smuggle a live crocodile into the boarding gate area. Lights flashed, buzzers blared. The conveyor belt stopped mid-roll, as if it had taken offense at my existence. Within seconds, 5 or 6 uniformed officers appeared around me, hands resting politely, but not really politely, on their holsters. A very kind gentleman asked for my bag. I handed it over, completely clueless, probably smiling like a tourist in a museum. Upon unzipping it, he reached within and produced something like a medieval weapon, the rather extremely large meat cleaver. He held it up. Everyone stared at me. I stared back at him, genuinely surprised that it was a problem. I must have looked like the picture of innocence. 16 backpack straps, too tight, sunburned nose, trying so hard to do everything right. It could have gone really badly. Really, really badly. Perhaps my youth or my naive appearance played a role. Speaking pitch-perfect English with just a hint of an accent, the remarkably patient gentleman stated, "Madame, this item is not permitted on the aircraft." I communicated as best I could, anxious about the stories I'd heard about luggage disappearing. Inside that bag was a kitchen utensil, meant for my parents. He nodded with the slow nod adults use when they are trying not to laugh. Then he assured me he would keep it safe by locking it in a special flight attendant's closet. Once I arrived in the United Kingdom, it would magically reappear on the other side with oversized and special luggage. Problem solved, crisis averted, cleaver rescued. The confiscated meat cleaver had already rattled me before I even reached the gate. By the time I boarded the flight home, I was running on exhaustion and adrenaline, the kind that makes everything feel slightly unreal. I found my seat and tried to settle into the long journey back. The man beside me stood as I arrived and helped lift my bag into the overhead compartment. I took it as simple politeness. He dressed sharply and carried a rigid briefcase, which gave him an air of importance, or at least confidence. He started asking questions: where I had been, why I was traveling alone, how long I had stayed. Initially, it seemed like a relaxed discussion. Passengers and flight attendants surrounded us, moving up and down the aisle, the usual noise and movement that makes you assume you are safe. Then he told me quite plainly that I should marry him. He said it as a matter of fact, with an unwavering composure. He said he would take me to Africa and look after me. Something in my gut dropped. It was not loud panic, it was heavier, the feeling that settles in your stomach and refuses to stop. I smiled, trying to stay polite, and told him I needed the bathroom. Instead, I walked toward the front of the aircraft and asked to speak privately with a female flight attendant behind the curtain dividing business class. I remember lowering my voice and telling her I felt extremely uncomfortable. She did not hesitate. She simply nodded and changed my seat about 15 rows back. For the rest of the flight, I stayed alert. I avoided walking past his seat and watched the aisle carefully. I remember noticing that briefcase whenever he stood, as though it meant something important, even though I could not explain why. When we landed in the UK, another unexpected delay awaited me. I had to wait for customs to process my confiscated chef's knife before they could return it. I stood awkwardly beside a cart and waited. Officials shuffled paperwork and inspected it, acting as if I were importing something far more sinister than a slightly questionable travel souvenir. In hindsight, that delay was probably a blessing. By the time they released me, most passengers had already cleared the terminal. I never saw that lovely African man again. My parents were at the airport waiting, watching through the glass as the arrivals board flipped to show my plane had landed. People trickled out and then flooded out. One by one, passengers from my flight passed through the doors, everyone except me. They had received only one landline phone call from me during the entire trip. Just one telling them I had arrived safely. After that, nothing. That was normal. Now it feels unthinkable. They stayed near the barrier, asking other travelers from the flight if they had seen me. Several confirmed they had been on the same plane. No one remembered seeing me leave it. The crowds thinned, the noise faded. Eventually, the terminal settled into that strange, hollow emptiness that only comes after a rush has fully passed. Despite that, I had not appeared. I waited in some forgotten airport section for my special luggage, which required hand delivery from someone worn by life's peculiar passengers. It took forever. I didn't even know my parents were panicking. I was just standing there thinking about how cool the cleaver looked. As my parents waited with anticipation, finally someone wheeled out a cart. One wheel let out the loudest, squeakiest squeal known to humankind. It echoed off every wall. A slow, painful eek, eek, eek. My parents heard it around the corner. And somehow they hoped it was me. They waited. They listened. Then I turned the corner, pushing that squeaky cart like a lost sheep returning to the flock, completely oblivious to the hours of fear I had just caused. Last one through the arrival doors, grinning, tired, proud, cleaver safely retrieved. They loved the gift. That giant cleaver stayed in our family kitchen for nearly 20 years. Whenever I came home, between assignments, between whatever chapter I was living, I would pull that giant blade from its spot in the drawer to chop vegetables or carve a roast. And before I could even get the cutting board out, my parents would begin retelling the whole saga. My mum shaking her head and smiling. My dad filled in the parts about waiting at the arrivals gate, convinced I had vanished off the face of the earth. They would relive the squeaky airport cart, the panic, the relief, and the absurdity of their 16-year-old daughter wandering across Asia with a weapon-sized souvenir tucked into her backpack, completely unaware of the chaos she had caused. That trip did more than give our family a story we would retell for decades. It shifted something inside me that never shifted back. Distance vanished. The world felt within reach. It felt open, complicated, and vast all at once. I left home curious. I came back altered in ways I could not yet articulate. The pull to go, to serve, to step into places had settled somewhere deep and permanent. My life would never fit neatly into the version I had once imagined. I learned that independence carries risk, but instinct carries wisdom, and sometimes that internal voice speaks truth long before experience can explain it. To understand how 16-year-old me boarded a plane alone and believed it was entirely normal, you have to go back further, before the airport, before the travel, before the cleaver and the chaos. It starts with the people who raised me, the lives that shaped them, and a home that trained me to walk toward the unknown. That flight did not begin at the gate. It began years earlier, in a house where courage was never announced, only lived. Chapter 2: Troubles and a Cup of Tea. My siblings and I grew up listening to our father's stories. Sometimes they unfolded around the kitchen table. Other times they filled the quiet while we sat in the car, waiting for my mum to finish shopping. We all heard some of his stories. Sometimes it was just the two of us, and I loved hearing my father talk about his homeland across the sea. He grew up in Belfast, Northern Ireland, during what they simply called the Troubles. It was a long, bitter stretch of conflict that split families, towns, streets, and hearts. There, religion was not only a faith, it shaped identity, postcode, safety, and danger all at once. My father's Catholic upbringing alone divided the world around him. He was one of 10 siblings in a family of 12. Sometimes we would hear fragments of his childhood, always delivered casually, as if he were describing an ordinary way of life. We had heard, through stories, told that when he was a boy, he came home from school and found strangers living in his house. He walked through the front door unnoticed, went upstairs, and opened his bedroom door to find other children playing. They told him that the house was no longer his. For a moment, he believed his entire family had disappeared. Soldiers eventually found him, escorted him away, and reunited him with his parents. Families lost their homes simply because of who they were. Less pleasant accounts were often only touched upon briefly. His brothers once planted a small garden of flowers, vegetables, and nothing more. They used ordinary fertilizer. But in those days, soldiers shifted through homes constantly. When they found it, they grabbed 4 of my uncles, lined them up behind the house, and shoved guns in their faces. Accusations of bomb-making flew like sparks. One wrong twitch, one wrong word, and it could have ended differently. One of my uncles stopped to give directions to a man in a car. He leaned down toward the window, just being helpful. The man suddenly grabbed his head, pulled a knife, and slashed his throat from ear to ear. Somehow, unbelievably, he survived. The cut missed what would have killed him by the narrowest margin. There was never any reason it happened. He had simply stopped to help someone. My dad always shook his head at that one, never making sense of the situation. By the time my father was a young man, that life permeated daily existence. My dad became a finished carpenter, a good one. He had been fitting out a shop with shelving, counters, and door frames. But the shop was bombed out twice. He quarreled with undesirable individuals, and back then, that sufficed. Then there was the Sunday incident. Post-bombing, Dad refitted the shop, seeking to accomplish more. Working on Sundays was not customary in that district, not then. News spread, and then several men showed up. Tales circulated concerning repercussions for disregarding such warnings. Severe beatings, punishment kneecappings. The message was simple: don't go back, and my father would not argue. He recounted that portion with nonchalance, presenting job changes like routine life events. That was enough for him. His older brother, serving as a police officer in England, had long urged my father to relocate there. That week, my dad packed what he owned into a small bag and left Northern Ireland behind. He never described the leaving as brave or tragic, just necessary. When he got to England, he started over. He joined the London Fire Brigade and became a firefighter, driving the engines, answering alarms, and loving every part of it. My siblings and I have talked about those stories many times. We have pieced together bits and parts from our parents and some from our Irish uncles, aunties, and granny. Today, people would probably call it terrorism. During that era, people simply termed the conflict the Troubles, implying a fleeting, unavoidable occurrence. Father told those narratives similarly. Plain, as a matter of fact, no dramatics, no self-pity, just how things were. Sometimes it could come across as hard, like nothing rattled him, and feelings were something you sorted out on your own. But that was never really it. He taught us not to moan much about life, refrain from complaining regarding uncontrollable issues. The message was simple. Stick it in ye, my dad would always say. Simply translated, you get on with it, you handle what is in front of you, and you keep moving. My mum brought something different to that world. My mother was born in England. Almost as soon as she graduated from high school, she became a serving police officer. The job meant long days, long nights, and whatever trouble wandered across her path. She usually patrolled with my uncle, who spent half his time teasing her about meeting someone. Mum would just roll her eyes and laugh when he rambled on about his younger brother, the brave, handsome London firefighter. We had heard that story countless times. It never tired, due in part to her constant laughter and my uncle's persistence. One day, she was buying a second-hand car and needed someone to check it over. Naturally, she rang her colleague, my uncle. He stated he was occupied, yet swiftly mentioned his younger brother, visiting from London, could attend in his stead. He assured her he would not mind. The next thing she knew, the good-looking fireman stood at her front door. She watched him as he circled the car she was looking to purchase, studying it with exaggerated seriousness before delivering his verdict. It was rubbish, absolute rubbish. He whisked her off for a test drive in his car instead, proclaiming she deserved to experience a proper car. He declared with complete conviction that he had decided on the spot to sell his car, with a claim that was not entirely true. His confidence was so effortless, so unshaken, that she laughed despite herself. Later, she would admit it was that bold certainty that made her agree to go along with him at all. So off they went. The drive led to a drink, the drink led to conversation, and the conversation somehow led to months later, when they were married. To us kids, it always sounded absurdly simple, like a car, a laugh, and a little serendipity were enough to start a whole family. In the early years, they travelled back and forth to Ireland, so my dad could see his family. But it was hard. Their trips into town involved numerous checkpoints. Soldiers would stop them, search the car, search the bags, and search my parents. Dad always looked suspicious to them because he had short hair from the fire brigade, so they often assumed he was in the army. That meant even more searching than usual. I was only a baby. They would lift me straight out of the pram and search every blanket in case something was hidden. My mum hated it. She would ask to hold me and reach for me, but they insisted on doing it themselves. She said it was intimidating to see men with guns lifting her baby like a parcel. One day in Belfast, my parents were in a department store with me in the stroller, burning time before meeting my granny later. Exploring the record section, they observed the latest LP releases. Afterwards, they crossed the street to meet my grandmother on the other side of town when, abruptly, a bomb exploded behind them at the department store. Mum recounted how, despite a bomb exploding, folks were so accustomed that they simply dropped, awaited calm, then rose, cleaned themselves, and continued their routine. My mum recounted the saga. Her voice carried both slight terror but resignation. She'd been rolling me through the street, but by then, explosions had become almost normal. Some blasts were aimed at buildings, but people still got hurt. On a previous occasion, my parents enjoyed a tranquil drive through the countryside. Of course, they had to drive through a checkpoint. Soldiers checked the car, and my dad thought he heard, "Okay, away with you," and waved them on. Dad drove off slowly, picking up a bit of speed, when suddenly they were shouting, loud and urgent, "Stop, or we will shoot." When my father glanced in the mirror, the soldiers had their guns up, ready to use them. He slammed on the brakes, my carry cot slid, and I was hurled frontward, ending up wedged in the backseat footwell. More time, more questions, more drills. My mother was also 6 months pregnant with my younger brother. They recognized that it was time to cease returning to Ireland. It had become too dangerous, too close, too real. That was probably one of the last times my father visited his family home. I remember asking my father what it was all about. He would shrug and say he understood the history and the politics, but that underneath it all, there was greed, power, money, and pride. He felt neither side was good. Most ordinary folks were caught in the middle, longing for peace. I get my sense of adventure from my mother. No question. She was barely 17, straight out of high school, when she signed up as a police officer, back when they still called them WPCs, which stood for Woman Police Constable, the title used in the UK. She threw herself into it. While most people her age were still figuring life out, she was volunteering with CID, the Criminal Investigation Department, the branch that handled serious crime and undercover investigations, tagging along on raids and undercover follow-ups, drug dens, money laundering fronts. She was the plainclothes backup who always volunteered. When she was not working, she was hiking, volunteering, or planning her next small adventure. She loved people, food, culture, smells, sounds, and anything different from home. She instilled in me that yearning for adventure. My father, however, not so much. My father would have been perfectly happy living out his days within a 10-mile radius. He loved camping, yes, but his kind of camping. He adored a caravan site, a kettle on the boil, and a serene corner where he could sip his tea and pretend the rest of the world did not exist. He loved driving, though, probably because it reminded him of his London days, racing through the city, answering emergency calls with sirens and horns blaring. My mum would gently remind him to slow down, to take corners as if he were driving a family car and not a fire engine. My mom loved the exploration of unknown places. Every holiday or vacation was somewhere different. She could still adventure, discover, and be curious, even with 5 kids in tow, while Dad was perfectly content, sitting, sipping tea, and watching us play. Family holidays were always caravanning trips. The 7 of us with the family Labrador would pile into the car with Dad at the wheel, and we would head to different parts of the United Kingdom, such as Scotland, Wales, and England. We would find a farmer's field, rent a spot, pitch our tents, and spend our days building forts, exploring the woods, and running through fields. The freedom of it would enrapture the 5 of us, playing, exploring, and being together. We never went abroad like other families. We did not need to. Everything we needed for adventure and fun was already there, right in front of us. He offered an immediate explanation when I inquired about our extensive caravan travel. My father would always exclaim, "It's free. Free's the best holiday you'll ever get." We still quote him to this day. Anytime a sibling tries something new or says something is wonderful, someone else will repeat, "Because it's free," in my dad's Belfast voice. It has become family scripture. It usually surfaces when we are together as adults, wandering through nature on a long walk that is somewhere between a stroll and a hike, or piling into cars for a countryside drive with no actual destination. None of it costs anything. No tickets, no attractions, just time spent side by side. It reminds us that my parents never believed enjoyment depended on buying or scheduling. We could discover it through dialogue, enjoying the outdoors, and being present for one another without seeking amusement. Without realizing it, that idea shaped how we learned to experience happiness. Life has scattered us across 3 different countries, each of us raising families of our own, and sometimes years pass between seeing each other in person. Yet, when we meet again, it is often those same simple rituals that pull us straight back together. And in our own homes, with our own children, we have each carried pieces of what our parents taught us. Poverty did not define our upbringing. Money was scarce, and many of our clothes and possessions were second-hand. Still, Mum had a way of making everything feel enough, turning hand-me-downs into things that mattered. There was care in it, pride in it. We grew up with gratitude and always had what truly mattered. There were 5 of us kids, each only about 18 months apart, a constant whirlwind that shaped who we would become. Humor was necessary to survive the organized chaos. We hardly ever used names. It was more like a daily head count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? We've got them all. Mum could hunt gifts like a bloodhound on a mission. Car boot sales, church fetes, and local ads. She searched everywhere for whatever her 5 needed. And somehow, she always found it. Her resourcefulness and love for discovery, which I had inherited, made even ordinary gifts feel like treasures. Each holiday season, our home contained toys, desired by other children during the late 1980s and early 1990s. Game Boys, glowworms, troll dolls, Action Man and Barbies, Skull Electric, Micro Machines, rollerblades, BMX bikes. One year, she even managed 5 matching Ewok plush toys, lined up perfectly like a tiny furry army. And then there was the motherlode, a massive cardboard box stuffed with Star Wars toys, ships, fighters, characters. The entire galaxy. We 5 had more Star Wars gear than any of our friends. Honestly, it was some of the best Christmases ever. Mum hunted as if it were a sport, had my dad out on late-night runs, and she always came home victorious. We never missed out. Not once. One of my favorite memories was the year I started high school. Dad announced he was taking me to the market. Now, an English market isn't like a neat little American farmer's market. No. This is rows of stalls under tarps, people shouting, half chaos, half charm. You could buy anything there. Dad told me he knew a place that sold brand new school shoes at an amazing price. I was thrilled. New shoes, not hand-me-downs. And then I realized the catch. They were all odd shoes, new and quite functional. They rested within a vast heap of unpaired singles. You needed to locate one left shoe and one matching right shoe. Same style, same color, and roughly the same size. We dug through that pile like archaeologists. Finally, we found a pair, identical in every way, except that one was half a size bigger. No problem, Dad said. The storeholder handed us an insole for free. See, bargain. I walked out of there feeling like I had the flashiest shoes in the entire school. One slightly padded, sure, but you couldn't tell. In truth, the entire experience conjured images from a classic British comedy. That kind of charming, slightly dodgy, bargain hunting energy. We walked back to the car, Dad strutting as if he'd just pulled off the deal of the century. Those were the days that shaped me. Mum pushing the edges, Dad anchoring the center. One pushed me toward the unknown. The other taught me humor during minor misalignments. One particular day, my parents were selling one of our pool behind holiday caravans. They had emptied it, cleaned it, and made it ready. A man came by, looked it over, handed over cash, and drove away. While they worked on the caravan, the 5 of us ran in and out all morning. And of course, my middle sister went missing, the sibling who had a habit of disappearing. My parents handled it with that calm but panicked tone. They lined up the 4 of us who were visible. 1, 2, 4, 5. Where's number 3, the middle one? And started questioning us. Where had she last been? When was the last time someone saw her? We all assumed she was in the caravan. There was a hideaway storage compartment under the seating area that we children treated like a dare. One kid would enter, then we would close the seat lid and sit on it. Not our finest moments. So naturally, everyone thought she was inside, except that someone had already taken away the caravan. The purchaser had already arrived, paid, hooked it up, and left our house. No one remembered his name, his car, or anything remotely helpful. The police were called. My parents stood in the kitchen, explaining what they knew, what they didn't, repeating timelines, clothing descriptions, and last sightings. Their voices carried a tight edge of restraint, with an effort to stay calm, while fear pressed in from every side. It was no longer just a family worry. It had become official. Just as the panic truly set in, my sister wandered up behind all the commotion, rubbing her head. Her headache led her inside to rest, following a blow to the head from one of us, while she was on the swing set in the back garden. No caravan kidnapping, just a swing set injury and a nap. My parents didn't care about explanations. They were just relieved to see 5 children again. It wasn't even the only time. At a massive fireworks display once, with thousands of people, she vanished and ended up sitting on the lap of a well-known presenter, telling her story on live radio so my parents could come to claim her. Then during a visit to a world playground and zoo park, toward the day's end, Mum noticed her child missing from her camera's view. We found her still on the swing set at the entrance, eyes red. She became lost early in the day and remained stationary, following my father's instructions. If you get lost, don't move. We'll retrace and find you. We grew up locking our bedroom doors out of survival. Not that it ever helped. We each had some magical, slightly criminal ability to break into each other's rooms without leaving a trace. Someone among us mastered lockpicking using a butter knife or hairpins. The others rapidly gained skill. We were basically professional burglars. Only, instead of valuables, we borrowed each other's newly bought t-shirts, gadgets, hair straighteners, chocolate bars, CDs, and anything with even a hint of shine or novelty. One brother even stashed 2 guinea pigs in his locked bedroom, thinking my parents wouldn't notice. He didn't realize they'd bred until one night, a whole tiny family of squealers started chirping out from behind the door like a pocket-sized rebellion. My dad respected our rooms and treated us like adults, even when we weren't there yet, but he was firm about one thing. If we had a problem, we sorted it out ourselves. 5 kids, all close in age, rotating through shared bedrooms, with a few of us older ones finally getting spaces of our own, meant constant negotiation, bartering, and scheming among us. When I became an adult, living outside my childhood home, it was the strangest thing to buy something, set it down, and find it still there, untouched, unborrowed, not mysteriously relocated to someone else's drawer. Until I finally had 4 walls of my own, I didn't realize how deeply I'd been conditioned to share everything, even the things I didn't want to share. Before I left on my first trip overseas, my sisters were already eyeing my bedroom, asking if I was leaving for good. The minute I stepped out the door permanently, one sister struck a deal. The brother could have my room, and she could claim his. That's how it worked. Nothing stayed where you left it, ever. My dad would always say, "Darling, if you want to keep it, take it with you. It won't be here when you get back." And he wasn't wrong. Nothing in our house was sacred. Not with 5 of us. My parents were not perfect, but they did the best they could with what they had, and we never doubted we were loved. Comfort and security were never the point. They gave us something far better. The ability to adapt, to endure with grit, and to carry it all with humor and a sense of happiness. Chapter 3. Daddy's Girl. Those nights remain vivid in my memory. After my mum and my siblings had gone to bed, I would sneak downstairs and curl up next to my dad on the couch. We would watch movies long past bedtime, sometimes right into the early hours of the morning, even on school nights. I always checked, out of respect, to make sure it was all right for me to stay instead of going back to bed. And he would grin and say, "Ah, darling, get you over here. Just don't tell your ma." Those were precious times, the kind you do not realize you're storing away until years later, when remembering them warms you from the inside. Dad always stayed up later than everyone else. The pain likely stemmed from injuries he sustained, including a fall through a collapsed full flight of stairs that gave way during a fire while he was working as a firefighter. The fall fractured his spine. He moved gracefully and never complained, but you could feel it in the way he shifted or paused. That silent bracing was something only a person who lives with pain every minute truly understands. He carried it the same way he carried everything else, quietly. Losing his ability to work meant more than losing employment. It was the loss of the role that made him feel he was protecting his family from uncertainty. Forced into early retirement from the London Fire Brigade, something in him shifted. He never said it outright, but I could see the fracture beneath the surface. The work had meant everything to him. Talking about the brigade made his countenance radiant and his face light up. His being home gave us something most families do not get: time. He was there for school runs, camping trips, and long afternoons that stretched into evenings of tea and television. It cost him personally, but it gave us a childhood built around presence rather than absence. I remember being tiny, too small to understand much, but hearing my parents in a heated, panicked discussion one night. My mum kept saying, "What are we going to do? What's our plan?" They did not think I could hear, and they definitely did not think I would remember. But I do. Supporting 5 children became difficult when the man shouldering the financial burden faced altered circumstances. Despite everything, I felt fortunate that he was home for most of our childhood. I cherished our strolls into town. In Europe, walking is a way of life. Narrow lanes, footpaths and markets tucked between old stone buildings. Not like America, where you often need a car just to hop to the nearest shop. Back home, my dad and I would slip out for a walk and a chat while my mum handled the chaos of the rest of the clan. Those walks were our secret space. The two of us, talking about nothing and everything, and somehow always coming home feeling like the world had steadied itself again. By the time I had grown and married, life had already carried me across the world. My first husband, TJ, and I were living in Asia when we flew back to the UK for Christmas. The moment I saw my dad at the airport, something in me tightened. He was thinner than I had ever seen him. Smaller somehow. I hate to say it, but fragile looking. That was the opposite of my dad. He had never been a tall man, but his strength lived in his arms and shoulders. The man standing in front of me felt like a faded version of himself. His skin had taken on that unmistakable yellow hue. Jaundice. His National Health Service appointment was already confirmed. We did not need the long, drawn-out details. The diagnosis came quickly. Pancreatic cancer. A few months, they said, just like that. Christmas that year felt strange. Some of the family understandably fell into grief immediately. The house felt heavy, as if whispers and careful conversations had replaced laughter. I resist dwelling in sorrow. I want to live the moments that are still here, not bury them under fear of what is coming. My father handled it the same way he handled everything else. Calm, grounded, as a matter of fact. In his house in Wales, he called each of us in, one at a time. The kitchen door would close. There were no spouses or siblings, and no mum, just dad and one child at a time. It was no dramatic or ceremonial, just deeply personal. It felt sacred in a way that is hard to describe. Throughout all the years till then, I had never seen my father cry. Not once. Not during all the late-night movies, all the walks, all the hard years. Never. But once the dust settled and the reality sank in, each of us had our own private moment with him. When it was my turn, he reassured me the same way he always had. He told me everything would be all right, that it was just time catching up with him, that he and God were good. And then I saw tears in his eyes. For the first time in my life, I did not know what to do. I just sat with him and let him have his space. He apologized for getting sick. That was my dad, taking responsibility for something he never caused. Some brutal disease that does not care who you are. He wanted to make sure everyone else was okay before himself. Then he said something that shaped the rest of my life. He told my husband and me to get back on the plane as planned, to return to Asia. He did not want me to stay in the UK just to watch him die. He was not pushing me away, he was releasing me forward. For my Irish father, he wanted my last memory of him to be that conversation. Just him and his daughter in that kitchen. He wanted me to live, not standing still in grief. And I listened. I returned to Asia, knowing his illness was advancing, but trusting the peace he had already given me in that kitchen. My father passed away at 59. In the end, a massive heart attack incapacitated him and ended what little freedom of health he had. It came near the final stage of his cancer, shortening what little time remained. They moved him to hospice not long after, and as painful as it is to admit, I think he was glad the cancer got him. I know he would not have wanted to live without independence or dignity after the heart attack. He left the same way he lived. I did not return for the funeral. That decision confused some people. It still does. But it was never about avoidance or lack of love. My closure with my father happened in that kitchen, face to face, heart to heart. I had said everything I needed to say, and so had he. Funerals, for me, have always felt like they belong to the living, not to the one who is gone. My way of grieving has always leaned toward remembering someone in joy, rather than gathering in sorrow. I spent that time in Asia, remembering the good things about my dad, the walks, the laughter, the strength he carried through everything life handed him. I have never believed there is one correct way to grieve, only honest ways. A few months later, once the weight had settled, I returned to Wales to help my mum. 35 years of marriage. He had been her first and only love. Losing him left her unsteady, in a way I had never seen before. I did not go back to sit in sadness, but I went back to help her stand again. The house needed preparing for sale. It was still early in the aftermath of losing him, and my mum was there alone, overwhelmed and slightly adrift. Downsizing became the answer. I handled the practical tasks that feel so strange and unreal after someone dies. There is dismantling, as if one can take apart a life, one document at a time. Working on the house in Wales became something far deeper than preparing a property for sale. At first, it felt practical. A list of jobs, paint the walls, clear cupboards, straighten rooms, make everything look presentable for strangers who would one day walk through it and imagine their own lives within those walls. The house itself was an old Welsh cottage, built from enormous stone blocks that had likely stood for generations. Thick, uneven walls, shaped more by time than by tools, gave it an endurance. Houses like that breathe differently, holding dampness, settling slowly, requiring constant small maintenance to remain strong. My dad had always stayed ahead of those repairs, a tinkerer moving steadily from task to task. Consistent care of the kind most people never notice because it prevents problems before they have the chance to grow. While cleaning and painting, I started noticing places that felt off, corners that my father had patched instead of repaired, paint layered over areas that needed stripping back, small sections where mold and damp had crept through the stone. None of it was catastrophic. The house was not falling apart, but it was not my father's usual standard either. One corner stayed with me. The plaster had bubbled slightly where moisture had pushed through from the outer stone. Someone had painted over it at some point, trying to hide it rather than fix it. I stripped it back to the raw surface. The smell of dampness hit immediately. I scrubbed it down, bleached it, let it dry fully, then filled and sealed it properly with fresh cement before repainting. As I worked, I realized something slowly had settled into me. These were not repairs that my father had ignored for a long time. They had built up, long enough to tell a story without using words. My father had been sicker far longer than he had ever admitted. Not because he did not care, not because he had given up. Quite the opposite. I think he simply ran out of strength to stay ahead of everything the way he always had. That realization landed heavier than any diagnosis ever could. He had kept going, protecting and maintaining life around him as long as he physically could. When he could no longer keep pace with it, he never announced it. He simply adapted and carried on. I found small signs of that all over the house, half-finished touch-ups. He started jobs, but never fully completed them. Things my father would normally have taken pride in finishing to the last detail. Each discovery felt like reading pieces of a story he never told out loud. It was not neglect, it was exhaustion, hidden behind dignity. Repairing those areas became strangely emotional without being overwhelming. It felt less like fixing a house and more like finishing sentences he had started. It was a physical way of understanding what he had carried in silence. It felt like standing beside him again, working through problems the way he had always taught me to. My instinct to fix things did not start in Wales. My father believed in teaching by doing. I was about 8 years old the first time he had me helping him with basic car maintenance. While most kids were playing in the street, I was outside with him, learning how to remove tires, check wear patterns, clean and paint wheel hubs, and bolt everything back into place. I was too small to use a wrench properly. The bolts were often tighter than my strength could manage. Instead of doing it for me, he showed me another way. He told me I was just heavy enough to stand carefully on the wrench and use my body weight to loosen the nuts. To this day, I still remember that lesson whenever something feels stuck. There is almost always another way if you will think differently. He taught me how to jack up a car safely and change a tire from start to finish, to saw wood without rushing the blade, to measure twice and cut once. As he worked, he would nod toward the house where Mum was and say that when you treat her the way a woman ought to be treated, she will never let you down. They were basic handyman skills, the kind most people would not have thought to teach a young girl. It simply felt like time spent with my dad. Later, I realized it shaped how my brain learned to solve problems. School rarely worked for me. Structured learning environments often felt like trying to force my mind through a doorway it rarely fit. I processed information visually, physically, and creatively. Sitting still, absorbing information without applying it, felt unnatural and frustrating. Others often misunderstood me as distracted or uninterested. But in reality, I simply learned through experience. Outside the classroom, working with my father made everything click. Problems had solutions you could see and touch. Mistakes were not failures, but adjustments. A broken hinge or stalled engine did not invite panic. It called for assessment, a bit of experimentation, and then firm hands until it worked again. That mindset followed me into adulthood. If I do not have the right tool, I will often find an unconventional way to complete the task anyway. Sometimes it looks unorthodox, sometimes it looks improvised, but it usually works. That willingness to experiment has shaped everything from how I build homes to how I navigate life decisions. Helping my mum repair and prepare the house in Wales felt like stepping back into those early lessons. Each brushstroke, each repair, each cleared cupboard carried echoes of those childhood afternoons learning beside him. It reinforced something that years had built into me. Capability is not about knowing everything. It is about trusting that you can figure things out as you go. That confidence became one of the greatest gifts my father left behind. One morning while I was there, I walked down to the post office. The same walk I had taken countless times with my dad. It felt strange retracing those steps without him. Like the high street itself knew someone was missing. I had paperwork to send for my mother. The woman behind the counter stopped mid-sentence and asked if I was the daughter who lived in Asia. I said yes, confused. She reached across the counter and took my hand. She told me how proud my father was of me, how he spoke about my work overseas, how he brightened her day every time he came in. I started hearing stories like that everywhere. At the bank, staff who had never met me ushered me into the back offices once they realized whose account I was closing. Grown adults stood there with tears in their eyes, telling me how kind he had been, how he always had time for people, how he made ordinary conversations feel important. It turns out my father had left marks on people the way he did everything else. Not loudly, not for recognition, just kindness, repeated over the years. I was protective of my mum, but I also knew she needed to find her footing again in her own way. I stayed for a few weeks, helping where I could, then returned to my life. For the first year after my dad died, I called her 2 or 3 times a week just to check in. Later, she remarried and found happiness again, which is exactly what my dad would have wanted for her. Helping my mom close that chapter of her life also closed part of mine. It took me years to understand that my father did not just shape my childhood. He shaped the way I dealt with loss, risk, and responsibility. Grief, in particular, was something I learned by watching him long before I ever had to face it myself. My father never ignored pain. He simply refused to let it define the rest of his life. That was a very different thing. He acknowledged what hurt him. That distinction would become one of the strongest internal compasses I have ever carried. We only get one life. That was not something he said often out loud, but it lived in how he decided. When something went wrong, he dealt with it. When something ended, he accepted it. He refused to remain fixated on unchangeable situations. Watching that as a child wired something into me. For a long time, I thought that being strong meant being hard. I learned early how to push through discomfort, loss, uncertainty, and fear without pausing long enough to feel what sat underneath it. I became efficient at surviving difficult moments. But survival and living are not the same thing, and that was a lesson that took much longer to surface. I did not see my father cry while I was growing up. He stayed composed through years of chronic pain, financial stress, and the long adjustment after losing his career. He carried everything with a calm resilience that, as a child, felt unbreakable. It made the moment in that kitchen, years later, even more powerful. Seeing tears in his eyes did not weaken him in my mind. It widened him. It showed me that strength and vulnerability were never enemies. They were simply 2 parts of being human that most people are too afraid to let exist in the same room. When he apologized for getting sick, I understood something much later. He was not apologizing for the illness itself. He was apologizing for the disruption, for the grief he knew would ripple through our lives. That was how he loved. Protective, quiet, carrying responsibility, even when it was not his to carry. That moment softened something in me I had not realized, had hardened over the years. It allowed me to recognize that pushing through life did not mean shutting down emotion. It meant acknowledging it and respecting it. Faith in our home followed that same honest simplicity. My Christian upbringing meant I never had to practice my faith as a performance or obligation. Instead, my parents encouraged me to seek it out for myself and decide what it meant in the reality of my life. My father once told me church felt boring because I experienced it that way. He reminded me that faith was not entertainment. It was a personal walk, one that looked different for every individual. Standing alone in decisions is another place where I still hear echoes of him, although now it sounds like my voice. Every decision we make belongs to us. Parents do not make them. Partners do not make them. Families do not make them. Support can exist. Love can exist. But responsibility always lands in the same place. That realization does not feel heavy. It feels like clarity. Accountability belongs where it should, with the person living the life. Without it, there is no resentment when plans shift or challenges appear. The choices are mine to make, and I meet them steadily, adjusting when necessary and moving on my own terms. My father never told me to live exactly like him. In fact, his greatest act of love was telling me to leave, to return to Asia, to keep building a life that existed beyond his own. At the time, it felt like one of the hardest instructions I had ever followed. Later, I realized it was also one of the greatest gifts he ever gave me. He showed me that love does not hold people still. Love releases them forward. As my life unfolded, I would meet other men who stood at major crossroads in my story. Each of them would challenge me, balance me, and force me to confront parts of myself I might otherwise have avoided. None of them chose my direction for me. None of them carried me through life. But each of them, in peculiar ways, stood at moments where my choices became clearer, sharper, and sometimes harder. My father built the foundation. He taught me how to stand on my own feet before I ever knew I would need to. The men who came later did not replace that foundation. They also reflected the standards I had already learned to recognize without realizing it, and revealed how strong I really was. For a long time, I believed strength meant advancing without hesitation. Life would later teach me that true strength often involves knowing when to stay, when to leave, and when to rebuild something completely new. Those lessons would come through love, through loss, and through roads I never could have predicted while sitting on that couch watching late-night movies with my dad. His influence never felt like a voice telling me what to do. It felt more like a compass softly settling inside me. Life presented risks, and I leaned toward them. Life presented loss, and I acknowledged it and kept moving. Responsibility landed in my hands, and I carried it without looking for someone else to hold it for me. Many relationships, landscapes, and turning points across continents and years have shaped me. But the blueprint for how I walk through the world began long before I understood I was building a life that would stretch far beyond the place I was born. My father's life did not end with his death. It continued in the decisions he prepared me to make long after he was gone. Chapter 4: Adventure and Desire. The same month I turned 20 years old, I left home and relocated to Southeast Asia. What began as a short trip had swiftly grown into something much larger. I stepped into work that would shape the next chapter of my life. My life in Southeast Asia was being built in a way that felt both temporary and deeply rooted. I was young, independent, and still learning how to stand on my own feet in a world far bigger than anything I had grown up knowing. I carried confidence in some areas and complete uncertainty in others, a strange mix of maturity and youth that defined much of that season of my life. Asia had become understandable in ways that surprised me. The dense air, the layering of languages, food stalls, motorbikes, crowded sidewalks, and temple corners had woven themselves into my daily motion. What once overwhelmed me had settled into normal life. I navigated streets I once would have gotten lost in, ordered meals in broken phrases that somehow worked, and learned how to exist comfortably in a place that never truly slowed down. I first discovered my faith on my own and made the decision to follow it when I was 8 years old. My parents encouraged it, but it was always understood to be personal. Faith was not something that could be handed down. Each person had to find it and choose it for themselves. As I progressed into my teenage years, the noise of the world grew louder, and that faith faded into the background. I stopped noticing the presence I had once felt so clearly. Years later, I reached a point where I stepped away from the pace of life and began searching for something more than routine, more than success, more than the world around me. In that space, I heard it again. A still small voice within my spirit. It was the same voice I had known as a child, calling me back to the faith I had chosen years earlier. That voice shaped many of the decisions that followed and never led me astray. Along with it came a sense of purpose I could not fully explain. It drew me toward people and places beyond my own plans. Some might compare it to the pull the ocean once held for mariners, but for me it reached deeper than that. It led me toward a life of service among people whose needs were far greater than my own. My work centered on humanitarian aid. We supplied food, water, medicine, and shelter to those impacted by crisis or poverty, facilitating connections between nonprofits, NGOs, and local organizations. On paper, that sounds structured. In reality, it meant long days, moving between villages, storage rooms stacked with supplies, crowded buses, and conversations held through translators and hand gestures when words failed. It was hands-on work, a way to live my faith, build relationships, and reflect on my personal mission. Part of that work was hosting visiting teams of medical outreach groups, English teachers, and volunteers, working with kids in group homes. We played, we built, we taught, we shifted supplies. They organized some days. Flights experienced delays. Trucks broke down. Supplies arrived short. Plans changed constantly, and I learned quickly that flexibility was more valuable than perfection. I mastered everything about logistics and leadership, with housing, feeding, transporting, translating, and finding labor. Everything a tour guide does, but deeper. Every trip, every project was a lesson in patience, problem solving, and faith in action. We recognized the need for help and subsequently broadened our efforts beyond relationships to encompass logistics, safety, and ongoing problem resolution. Coordinating visiting teams became part of daily life. Some groups came for cultural exchange. Others brought medical training or treatment clinics. Doctors, dentists, and optometrists gave their time and personal funding to serve in villages with little or no access to care. Our responsibility was to make sure they could function well in environments that offered almost no comfort. When the medical team needed extra hands, I assisted with procedures under supervision. I helped remove badly infected teeth, treated widespread infections, and watched medical teams train local responders in emergency triage during periods of civil unrest. Some teams worked in leper colonies, where care was both physically and emotionally demanding. The work was practical, immediate, and deeply needed. There were lessons in plumbing, pride, and the perils of being a foreigner. We lived in a gated community. Not all dangers announced themselves. Some arrived and smelled worse. We came back from a few weeks away to find everything baked and brittle. The grass was yellow, the plants sulking, everything parched, except for one patch of lush green. I knew better. The grey water line had been emptying itself outside the house. The grass wasn't thriving on sunshine. It was thriving on our shower runoff, and who knows what else. We reported it to the head guard, who acted like both security chief and neighborhood mayor. He assured us he would take care of it. The next morning, the man arrived in spotless white from head to toe. White jacket, white pants, white sneakers. In one hand, he carried a shovel, and in the other, nothing but serene confidence. For hours, he wrestled with the sewer pipe outside our window. By mid-afternoon, he was filthy from the knees down, still working without complaints or help. We stayed behind the window, smiling, offering drinks, but never touching a thing. The hard-working gentleman's white suit was a disaster. In Asia, saving face matters. Let someone walk away from a mess looking accomplished and unembarrassed, and you do not interfere. Eventually, the blockage revealed itself. Leftover construction debris, rebar, concrete, junk, shoved into the sewer years before. He pulled it all out, piece by piece. The patch of green faded. He came to give his final report. We thanked him. He had worked hard. Then he paused, squinted at us, and said in perfect seriousness, "You know what the problem is?" We waited. "You foreigners, your poop is too dry." I blinked, wondering if my language skills had failed me. They had not. I had heard him correctly. Our poop. Too dry, not the concrete, the rebar, or the pile of construction junk he had spent all day shoveling. In his mind, the real culprit was the mysterious dryness of Western digestion. My friend standing next to me tried not to laugh. He left, head held high, white sneakers squelching in the mud, sewer fixed, dignity preserved. It didn't get easier on land. The buses themselves were an adventure. You always hoped for a window seat, not for the view, but so you could breathe. Someone near the front inevitably became carsick, leaning out the window to vomit, and if your own window was open at the wrong moment, you learned rapidly to shut it. People strapped motorcycles, chickens, and sometimes goats to the roof. Under the seats, pigs squealed inside sacks, with their heads poking out like curious children. It was chaos and routine existing all together. On one of our bus trips, we ground to a halt on the side of a mountain, the pass ahead completely swallowed by a recent mudslide. We waited there for hours, 8 maybe more, squatting on the dirt with locals and sharing instant ramen collected from a nearby village. A light rain drizzled steadily throughout the day. The mud was slick, the rocks glistened, and no one was sure when it would be safe to cross. The rumor circulated that eventually we would have to hike across the mudslide to reach the other side, where buses heading in the opposite direction waited, ready to swap passengers and continue their journeys. As time passed, we couldn't simply sit and wait. All the passengers climbed down from the bus and began navigating the way on foot. The driver stayed behind, carefully maneuvering the bus around massive boulders that had fallen in the middle of the road. He did a slow turn and waited for passengers from the other side of the mudslide to hike over. Sections of the mountainside had washed away entirely, leaving only narrow stretches of road. Every step carried risks. Small rocks tumbled from above, each one a sharp reminder that the mountain could shift at any moment. On one side, the cliff rose, sheer and sky-high. It dropped away into a dizzying abyss. When the time was right, we carefully passed one another, stepping around slick rocks and patches of loose mud, our hands gripping luggage or each other for balance. Passengers from both sides met in the middle of the mudslide. There was a tense pause each time 2 people crossed paths, a recognition of shared fear and shared resolve. The buses waited patiently, engines idling, ready to continue once everyone had safely switched sides. Finally, we reached the other side. Relief and exhilaration collided in equal measure. We felt a strange mix of triumph and disbelief, acknowledging that we had done something that probably should never have been attempted. Yet, in that remote place, with no other choice, we had made it. Looking back, the slick mud, the falling rocks, and the sheer drop beside us remain vivid in my memory, a reminder that survival sometimes looks like simply putting one careful foot in front of the other. Experiences like that forced me to think differently about responsibility, not just for myself, but for the people who trusted me to lead them. Those childhood lessons became leadership principles that I carried into the field. I found myself responsible for teams in foreign cities, navigating foreign streets where a single wrong turn could mean getting completely lost. The lessons my parents taught me about independence and preparation suddenly mattered in entirely new ways, and those early years were often navigated without the existence of smartphones. We were once in the heart of a large Asian city, a place where unknown characters adorned the hotel name and the streets formed illogical patterns. The airport sat 45 minutes outside the city. Our entire group had traveled in by bus, exhausted from the flight, disoriented by jet lag and sensory overload. Before anyone headed to their rooms, I gathered the group in the hotel lobby. It was a ritual I had learned to keep. I told them to lock their passports in the hotel safe. Years ago, a foreign passport on the black market could fetch serious money. Even if the risk had lessened over time, losing one still meant a lot of inconvenience. Then I handed each person a hotel business card. It seemed like such a small thing. A small rectangle of paper with the hotel name printed in both English and the local language, along with the address and phone number. But I had learned the hard way that it was one of the most valuable tools you could carry. I told them it was easy to step outside, make 2 turns, and suddenly not know where you were. Street signs would not help you. Even remembering the hotel's name in English often meant nothing to a taxi driver, but if you had that card, you could always get back. No matter how lost you were, hand it to a driver, and they would take you home. It reminded me of my first trip overseas, clutching that handwritten paper slip with characters I could not read, trusting a stranger to take me where I needed to go. That small piece of preparation had been my lifeline. The advice worked every time. People would wander off exploring, get themselves completely turned around, and still find their way back because of a business card tucked in their pocket. But the card was never only about directions, it was about responsibility. When I was leading logistics teams, I would tell people the same thing my dad had always told us growing up. If you get lost, stay put. I will find you. People used to tell me that if they dropped me anywhere in the world with a team, I could still find a way for us all to get home safely. Over time, something shifted inside me. Mission work could no longer be a temporary commitment. It needed to be woven into the way I lived every day. Sustainability, not dependency, became the goal. The life I wanted was one that allowed me to stay, not just visit, serve, and eventually leave. Separately, I founded a tourism business focused on building long-term relationships in communities. The company focused on cultural exchange, immersive travel, and village stays with indigenous families. Introducing small groups of visitors created income for local households. Needs emerged naturally, gaps in supplies, schooling, and access. We expanded humanitarian work, fulfilling requests originating from the ground. Tourism, when done respectfully, becomes a bridge rather than an intrusion. It allowed communities to maintain dignity while creating opportunity. Sometimes our visits coincided with village festivals. Once I brought some friends and their 2 children, about 10 and 12 years old, to what turned out to be a pig slaughtering festival. The villagers were salting, drying, and stuffing the meat back into the pigskins, for preservation. They invited us in for tea, and as we entered the dark room, lit only by the fire, it became apparent that the scene looked like something out of a butcher's dream, bowls lined up with blood, entrails and heads. Mortified, I prepared to apologize for traumatizing the kids. They thought it was the coolest thing they had ever seen. Practical exchange through tourism made aid sustainable by embedding it in existing community structures. Visitors brought skills or connections and partnered with local businesses. The vision behind owning my adventure company was to provide income and stability for myself so that I could stay in Asia permanently and ensure 100% of funding in humanitarian work went to all needed projects. A blend of both worlds. It was the moment the mission stopped feeling like a temporary assignment and started feeling like the shape of my entire life. But bureaucracy was constant. Challenges with permits, visas, money, regulations, shifting rules. It often felt harder than the work itself. Life in the field was rarely comfortable. One village had a terrible flea problem. Animals slept under the raised wooden houses to stay warm, and fleas jumped through the floorboards at night. I could hear them tick, 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 landing on my blanket. I ended up wearing flea collars around my ankles and neck. Ridiculous, yes, but it worked. I even accidentally brought some back to my dog. Later, I lived in the mountains where winters reached -20 Celsius. My concrete block house froze solid. We hung blankets over the doors, sectioning off rooms to trap heat. The year I finally got a wood stove felt like a miracle. My friend and I overfed that stove the first night. We giggled as we sat in long johns, pink and sweating, enjoying being too hot for once. Electricity was unreliable, water froze for months, and filling containers from public taps became a daily ritual. Once, a trickle thawed just enough to flow over the counter in my kitchen, onto the floor, and freeze into an ice rink that lasted 3 days. In the cities, streets teemed with people, rats, and the occasional missing manhole cover. Hotels could cost as little as 42 cents a night. I always carried a sleeping bag liner against bugs, the occasional rat, and sticky sheets. Unpredictability struck without warning. One night, I woke at 1 a.m. with a gurgling stomach. A bowl sat beside my bed. By 4:30, after multiple bouts of vomiting, I lay pale and drained, replaying every meal. I had to make the 18-hour journey back across the border for better care. Hours of dirt roads, river crossings, and minivans left me slumped, barely conscious. Somehow, I made it to the emergency room, dressed in layers meant for winter, while it hovered near 100 degrees Fahrenheit. The diagnosis was typhoid, a waterborne exposure during a reckless cave tubing adventure deep in the river after the rainy season. The cave itself was stunning, but the river current was brutal. I flipped again and again until a local fisherman pulled me ashore. I coughed, sputtered, and thanked him over and over. In the years that followed, I battled tropical illnesses, giardiasis that lingered for 18 months, repeated food poisoning, relentless superflus long before anyone spoke of pandemics. The experiences left me humbled, grateful, and acutely aware of how fragile life can be in places where infrastructure is thin or non-existent. Then the sea reminded the entire world who was really in charge. The Great Asian Tsunami had struck a month earlier. A massive undersea earthquake in the Indian Ocean sent waves racing across coastlines from Indonesia to Sri Lanka. It arrived without warning, wiping out entire towns in minutes and leaving behind a silence louder than the waves themselves. When I arrived a few weeks later, shock had shifted into survival. I joined a small group already working in the southern islands. People needed shelter, food, and clean water, but more than anything, they needed to be seen. Many had lost everything: parents, children, entire families swallowed by the sea. Some were the only ones left from their villages. Homemade DVDs circulated, recorded by survivors and tourists. At the time, there was no social media or live updates, just shaky recordings passed hand to hand. They showed the ocean pulling itself backward before roaring inland, sweeping away people, cars, hotels, and streets. One moment the beach existed. The next, it did not. Walking through abandoned areas, the air felt heavy with salt and grief. Speedboats sat wedged in trees a mile inland. Hotels stood hollowed out, their walls torn away, skeletons of rebar clawing at the sky. I stepped through what had once been a lobby and walked toward a pool. Beside it lay flip-flops, a towel, and sunglasses. Someone had been sunbathing there when the sea came ashore. The people we met were extraordinary. Some were already refugees from civil wars in neighboring countries. They had fled one disaster only to meet another. The tsunami erased borders, histories, and differences in a single surge. We built shelters from tarps and bamboo, distributed water purification tablets, rice, and basic cooking supplies. Sometimes the work was practical. Other times it meant listening, collecting stories and messages meant for the outside world. One woman told me she gave birth while clinging to a tree. The wave carried her far inland. She held on for hours and delivered her baby there in the mud. She named him Wave. Others spoke of families who vanished without a trace. After dropping off another mission team at the airport, I took 2 days alone before heading home. I found a small cove tucked between stretches of coastline that remained untouched. The bungalow sat steps from the water. I ate early and fell asleep as the sun disappeared. My then simple cell phone vibrating against the bedside table woke me near 10 that night. Dozens of missed calls stacked across the screen. A friend's voice shook when I answered. She asked where I was and how close I was to the water. Still half asleep, I laughed and said, "Close enough to have sand at my doorstep." Then she told me to grab my ID and run. Major earthquakes had prompted another tsunami warning. No one knew where the waves might hit. The words cut through the fog. I looked around and noticed the silence. No engines, music, or street vendors calling out. Just emptiness. It felt as though the world had ended while I slept. I grabbed my passport and wallet, slipped on flip-flops, and ran outside with the phone still pressed to my ear. The streets were empty. Everyone had already evacuated. I was the only one left. Her voice rose, urgent now, telling me to get inland to higher ground. That was when I heard a motorcycle racing toward me, a man shouting in the local language and waving for me to come. To come now. Fast. He was doing a final sweep. I jumped on the back, still clutching my phone, still in shock. We sped through dark streets and climbed into the hills. The phone line dropped, and the network collapsed soon after. The last thing I heard was her voice telling me to go higher, away from the water. And I spent the night on the mountainside with the rest of the town. Families huddled under trees, bodies pressed together, eyes fixed on the coastline below, waiting. We could see the faint line where the first tsunami had stopped, a scar across the land no one needed explained. Nobody slept. Some cried softly, others stared into the distance, hollowed out and still. By morning, word spread that waves had come, but smaller this time. Enough to terrify, not to destroy. We had been lucky. Tremors passed, and people slowly made their way back down the hillside, trying to travel as if the ground might change its mind. Some refused to return. They had already lost too much once, and could not face the sea again. For me, it was only a glimpse, a small taste of what they had endured. I walked down the hill as the sun rose, shoes coated in red dust, phone dead, heart full of gratitude for the stranger on the motorcycle who had come back for one sleeping foreigner. I carried their story with me, even though I had only touched the edge. Despite it all, I do not regret a single moment. I learned the value of preparation, resilience, and patience. I learned to smile at misfortune, to marvel at beauty, and to carry a deep respect for life in all its unpredictability. Time on the mission field passed, and somewhere along the way, I wondered if marriage might never happen for me. The thought lingered like an unfinished sentence. Maybe it came from the Western church culture I grew up in. Maybe it was simply observation. I'd seen many missionary women remain single, holding out for a perfect partner who never arrived. I struggled with the idea that anyone could perfectly match my list in an imperfect world. I was always open to marrying cross-culturally. That never intimidated me. What concerned me was marrying someone who would ask me to stop being who I was. I rarely dated, partly because life on the field kept me too busy, and partly because I took relationships too seriously to treat them casually. I knew I wanted marriage, even when I did not know who it would be with. If I married, my priorities would shift. The relationship had to support my calling rather than pull me away from it. I wanted someone who could walk inside it with me. Shared leadership mattered within marriage. We would decide together. But my husband would also carry responsibility for the direction of our family. It was never about control. It was about trust, respect, and unity. I watched people chase perfection and later find themselves alone, surprised by how fast time disappeared. I did not want that story for myself. Yet I was never desperate. I loved my life. Adventure, purpose, freedom, and community filled every day. Still, in hushed moments, when the mountains sat still and the world finally stopped asking of me, I spoke to the same inner voice I had carried since childhood. I did not want to walk through life alone. I wanted someone to know me fully, strength and softness alike, and to share this life with someone who truly wanted it too. Sometimes, half smiling at myself, I sat and looked across the vast peaks surrounding me. Into the stillness, I whispered, "Is there anyone out there built strong enough to walk beside me, patient enough to walk with me?" I did not know it yet, but that question was about to be answered. Chapter 5. TJ, the Woodsman. TJ, the Woodsman. His name and the names before him meant hunter, and it fit him. In the way he moved through the world, curious and drawn toward experience rather than comfort. He had fallen in love with humanitarian work after his first trip to South America, helping underprivileged communities. Something about serving in tough places had settled into him and never left. Later, he spent 3 months in Southeast Asia on a short-term assignment. He loved every part, the unpredictability, the people, the constant shift between chaos and beauty. As a long-term worker, they assigned me to help orient him, show him how the field worked, what daily life required, and how to navigate the undercurrents that no training manual ever covers. From the beginning, he listened carefully, asked thoughtful questions, and adapted swiftly. He carried himself with a serene confidence that never felt arrogant, but even-keeled, as if he trusted he would figure things out as they came. We became close almost immediately. Friendship came easily, without effort or pretense. When work slowed, we slipped naturally into exploring. We hiked narrow jungle trails and dusty mountain paths, chasing whatever small adventure the day offered. We searched out street vendors and hidden food stalls, sometimes pointing randomly at menus neither of us could read, and laughing when the plates arrived. Late at night, we sat on plastic stools along crowded side streets, sipping cheap drinks while watching the city's energy around us, motorbikes weaving through traffic, vendors calling out, music drifting through the humid air. TJ had a way of being fully present in those moments. He noticed details most people rushed past, stray dogs wandering through alleys, the way children played games using bottle caps, the rhythm of a city settling down long after midnight. He carried an ease that made tough places feel lighter, not because he ignored hardship, but because he met it without panic or resistance. Within weeks, he stepped naturally into the team leader role. His workload matched the rest of ours, and he carried it with competence. He did not chase authority or recognition. He simply worked hard, listened well, and earned trust quickly. Watching him lead never felt like watching someone trying to prove themselves. It felt like watching someone standing exactly where they were. Too soon, his 3 months ended, and he returned to America to step back into the responsibilities waiting for him there. The transition felt abrupt, like closing a book mid-chapter. A few weeks after he left, TJ asked if I would be open to seeing whether our friendship could become something more. Work immersed me, and I was still adjusting to long-term field life. Looking back, I know the timing was wrong, but more honestly, I was not ready for a relationship of any kind. My life felt full, almost overflowing, with purpose and responsibility. The idea of adding emotional commitment felt like adding weight to a pack I was still learning to carry. I told him no, gently and directly, and asked if we could remain friends without things becoming complicated or strained. TJ was the kind of man who adjusted to change the way surfers adjust to waves, not fighting the current, not forcing direction, simply riding what came with balance and patience. He accepted my answer without pressure, without distance, without resentment. That alone said more about his character than anything he could have argued. We stayed friends. Life carried us in different directions, as it does. Distance, responsibility, timing, and seasons stretched the space between us, but never fully broke the connection. We stayed in touch through emails, handwritten letters, and occasional phone calls that often began awkwardly and ended with laughter. Years passed. We would reconnect, share updates, and then drift again into separate lives. In hindsight, I realize he remained in my life like an anchored horizon, always there even when I was not consciously gazing at it. A decade later, everything shifted. We reconnected online, easily, casually, exchanging updates, as if no time had passed at all. Technology had changed. Communication was no longer rare or fragile overseas. Messages arrived instantly instead of months later. Somewhere in that reconnection, something in me stirred awake in a way I had not expected. For the first time, I truly saw him. The only way I can describe it is that he caught my attention and held it there. I scrolled through his photos, lingering longer than I intended. He was kayaking through rough water, hiking exposed ridgelines, and camping beneath vast skies. He still wandered through the world with that same grounded curiosity I remembered. But now I saw something deeper in it, a certainty that settled somewhere inside me. He had always been there in the background of my life. I simply had not been ready to see him that way. The season had not been right until, almost without warning, it was. Our conversations shifted, and what began as simple catching up stretched into long exchanges that flowed easily from one day into the next. We laughed often, we spoke openly. Trust rebuilt itself as if it had only been waiting for permission to return. Alongside that comfort came something new. Desire slipped into the spaces between conversations. Curiosity followed close behind. There was a growing awareness that this was no longer just friendship. This was someone who could stand beside me in chaos and adventure, but also in the long stretches where life slows and truth surfaces. I will admit, I pursued him. Not impulsively, but deliberately. 10 years had passed since we first crossed paths, and time has a way of clarifying what matters. I've always been someone who thinks carefully before stepping forward, to sit with decisions and test them against instinct and logic. But when my heart and mind reach the same conclusion, I navigate without hesitation, clean, certain, like pulling a bandage off in one motion, rather than prolonging the sting. My life had crossed paths with a handful good men on the mission field. Some would have matched the field life perfectly, capable and deeply committed to service. On paper, they made sense. But none of them settled into my heart. None of them held my attention the way he did. With him, something shifted unmistakably. I listened differently, noticing details I might have once missed, feeling a pull that was both grounding and unsettling at the same time. I have never been comfortable circling conversations or hiding behind suggestions. Honesty has always felt kinder than hesitation. Eventually, I brought up the moment years earlier when he had asked whether there could be something more between us. I had not been ready to consider it. Now, I told him plainly that my feelings had changed. I asked him where he stood, knowing the answer mattered more than protecting my pride. He admitted he had sensed the shift as well. He chose his words carefully, but he was open, willing to see where the path might lead. That conversation did not rush us, but it opened a door that had once been closed. It gave us a place to speak honestly, while still respecting boundaries we both understood would require patience and care. A few months later, TJ and I arranged my flights so that I would arrive in his city. It would be the first time we had seen each other in person after over 10 years. By then, we had crossed fully out of friendship and into a committed relationship, openly talking about a shared future. Not in vague terms or hopeful language, but in practical conversations about timing, work, distance, and what it would actually look like to build a life together. When I arrived, he stood waiting in the arrivals hall, holding a single rose. He looked exactly like himself, known and new all at once. Everything I had not even noticed I had been waiting for was suddenly standing right in front of me. The noise of the airport faded into the background. There was no rush, no nerves, only a certainty settling into place. We spent several months together. Ordinary days mattered just as much as the big ones. 1 week into my stay, TJ planned a day at an extravagant creative playground built inside a reclaimed industrial building. It was a maze of art, architecture, tunnels, slides, ladders, and hidden passageways, designed for both children and adults who refused to stop exploring. The design was a mixture of sculpture, adventure, and wonder at every turn. It carried an energy that invited curiosity and play without rules or expectations. It matched us perfectly. Curious, playful, unafraid of getting lost. We climbed, crawled, laughed, and took wrong turns on purpose, on a day when time disappeared. That night, we scaled onto the roof. The city stretched out beneath us, lights scattered in every direction. Fireworks burst in the distance from a nearby building, unexpected and beautiful. We sat close, legs dangling, saying very little. Sitting there under the open sky, TJ asked me to marry him. There was no speech, no build-up. I said yes without hesitation. It felt less like a decision and more like recognition. We were officially engaged. We talked about getting married in my home country of England or perhaps in Ireland. Southeast Asia would have been somewhat spectacular, but visas, paperwork, and passports quickly became complicated. Making the marriage official, there and then translating and registering the documentation in both the UK and the United States for the future, added another layer of complexity. My tourism company and long-term visa status in Asia also required ongoing legal compliance and formal approvals in order to remain there. It mattered to both of us that we follow the proper formalities and ensure everything was above board and in order. So 6 weeks after that, we were married. It was a small, simple church wedding with TJ's church community. His family was there, mine was not. However, the absence did not overshadow the day. It was sudden, but it was honest. And it was very much how I lived my life. I never needed fuss or spectacle. I would have been happy marrying anywhere. His church handled everything. I was grateful for the simplicity of it all. I had never imagined a wedding day in the way many women do, with a vision of white dresses, grand aisles, and crowds of expectant faces. My excitement was never about a single day, but about the life that would follow. I looked towards mornings wrapped in calm togetherness, the kind where conversation flows easily or silence feels comfortable. I imagined the travels we might take, the little adventures that make a life feel full, and the freedom of being ourselves, with no one watching or judging. In the bridal shop, overwhelmed and irritated by price tags and expectations, one woman gently asked what women wore where I lived. I told her that red dresses were traditional. She smiled and disappeared, then returned, holding a deep crimson dress. That was it. I married in Asian red, with no family present. And it felt right. It felt like myself. Our plan had never been for me to stay in America. The intention was always for TJ to join me in Southeast Asia. We talked through logistics instead of romance, visas instead of vows, timelines instead of fantasies. After 2 months, I had to leave. It was the honorable thing to do. I boarded a plane back to Asia, leaving my husband behind. Not as an ending, but as the beginning of the life we had chosen. A few months later, I flew into the UK from Southeast Asia and spent time with my parents, easing back into a family tempo that felt both close and slightly foreign after so long away. Our plan was to reunite in England. TJ flew in from America a week later. After nearly 3 months apart, seeing him again at the airport was electric. Relief, joy, and longing collided all at once. We held each other like people who had learned what absence costs. It was deeply human. The embrace that settles something long held intention. We spent time with my family while we were there, giving them space to celebrate with us, without the stress of international travel or rushed logistics. That time mattered in a way the wedding itself never could. My brothers traveled from Canada with their families and arrived that same week. My 2 sisters and my parents were already waiting in the UK with their families. That was what mattered most to TJ and me. Not tradition for tradition's sake, but presence. Not spectacle, but time. The space to be known as we were, not as a version arranged for a single day. TJ and I flew together to Southeast Asia and began our life as a married couple, stepping into a mission-filled life side by side. TJ and Jedi, my dog, bonded almost immediately, although neither of them fully understood the other at first. Jedi's greatest loves in life were simple: balls and water, preferably both at the same time. Jedi had come into my life several years earlier. He was a Tibetan Mastiff and Labrador mix that I found at a pet market in Asia. He was the last male of his litter and the runt no one wanted. In parts of Asia, dog meat is still considered a delicacy, and black dogs are especially prized. Seeing that small black runt sitting there, made the decision for me. I could not leave him there knowing where he might end up. I took him home and gave him a chance. What started as a simple rescue slowly became one of the most loyal companions of my life. For 4 years, he walked beside me through that season. One afternoon, not long after TJ arrived, we took Jedi out to a large open field near our home. I was handling a work phone call, half listening, half watching from a distance as TJ threw Jedi's favorite ball across the grass. Jedi launched after it with his usual unstoppable enthusiasm. TJ laughed, impressed by his speed and determination, and threw it again. And again, work and play blended together the way they often did in that life. I trusted TJ with him and stayed focused on the call, only glancing up occasionally to see Jedi sprinting across the field and TJ throwing the ball farther each time. TJ did not yet know that Jedi had absolutely no ability to stop himself. If the ball kept moving, so would he. Eventually, Jedi chased one throw across nearly the entire field and did not come back. TJ called for him, waiting, then started walking toward him. I noticed the stillness and ended my call. We both walked out and found Jedi collapsed in the grass, ball still clutched proudly in his mouth, chest heaving, completely spent. TJ's face dropped. He thought he had hurt Jedi. I knelt beside Jedi, checked him quickly, and smiled, reassuring TJ that this was not an injury. This was Jedi. He simply did not know when to stop. We carried him back to the truck and drove home. Jedi barely lifted his head the entire ride. Once inside, he collapsed onto the floor, snoring deeply within minutes. He slept for nearly 12 hours straight, as if nothing in the world could wake him. The next morning, he bounded out the door as if the previous day had never happened, ball already in his mouth, ready for another round. From that day on, Jedi followed TJ everywhere, somewhere between exhaustion and laughter. They became inseparable. TJ and I became close with an indigenous couple where we were living. Raba and Jani came from different tribal backgrounds within a larger indigenous group. They carried mixed heritage and old bloodlines layered with history. Visually, they looked like an Asian and native Indian mix, with a wild edge that reminded me of cowboys in a place that had never known them. TJ fit into that world effortlessly. His skin stayed tanned, his nose sharp, his presence unmistakable. People sometimes asked if he had Native American blood. He did not, but when he wore his cowboy hat, it appeared the land had made it for him. Somehow, he belonged there too. He and Raba connected immediately, like men who had known each other in another life. Raba had not always lived the life we knew him in. Before family, before faith, before friendship, he had been a Buddhist monk. One day, sitting on temple grounds, he found a Bible wedged between seats. No one handed it to him. No one preached. He simply picked it up. For nearly 10 years, he carried that Bible with him, weaving it into everything else he studied. The stories and the men in them appealed to him, but Jesus drew him in the most. Not the miracles or the spectacle, but the way Jesus loved. One day, a passage about the greatest love being the willingness to lay down one's life for another went straight through him. Alone, he prayed. Fully and entirely, he became a Christian. Raba left Buddhism quietly and lived as a Christian just as quietly for many years. He also lived in exile from his homeland before eventually returning to his people. There he met Jani. They married, built a life, and raised a family. They lived their faith in a country that was atheist, animistic, or Buddhist, on the same ground he had once left and then chosen to return to. One night, TJ and I sat with them around a fire. Raba had cooked spicy yak with soybeans and a tongue-numbing spice that made your mouth feel strange and then crave more. The meal tasted like the place itself, strangely perfect. We talked late into the night about culture, faith, fear, loss and hope. TJ fit in naturally, listening, laughing, offering insight, present with no need to lead or impress. It was a night of connection, ordinary and extraordinary at once. They continued to become great friends through the years. Life looked different from most missionary organizations or NGOs. Not better, just different. There were no compounds, ministries, or strict budgets to operate from. Neighborhoods and friendships became home. There was no sense of carrying ourselves like visitors with task lists. Life felt like a choice to stay. We followed our hearts. We loved Asia. It was never a job. We did not go to conquer or convert. We went to live, to make a home, to share meals, to listen, to be present, and to sit in the dark with people and stay. Faith showed up in how we loved. Marriage opened my heart in ways I had never known. Living overseas, far from family, among different cultures and languages, I had learned to keep parts of myself guarded, not out of coldness or secrecy, but out of habit. People saw the surface of me, direct and black and white. The deeper parts, my desires and longings, stayed behind a high stone wall with a heavy gate. Sharing life with TJ meant opening that gate and letting someone in. I shared my inner world without reservation. Still, there were moments when the walls tried to rise again out of instinct. TJ usually noticed first. He would laugh and say it sounded like a cement mixer starting up, and he was almost always right as I was in the midst of building that wall. He had a way of keeping me balanced and reminding me not to retreat into the structure I once needed. The mission field allowed us to spend nearly every day together. We did not leave for separate jobs and reunite on weekends. Most people might not like that closeness, but it was the only way I understood marriage. Living separate daily lives would have broken something in me, and TJ felt the same. We shared our days fully. I protected my husband and our home, placing his interests alongside my own. When he did the same for me, we built something mutual and deeply rooted. That balance went both ways. We did not take our marriage outside of itself. Even in frustration, we did not complain about each other to friends or family. Protection mattered. That principle was a foundation in our marriage and continues to hold fast in any deeply committed relationship. We loved and breathed each other. Our lives intertwined at every level. I never understood stories of men disappearing on fishing trips or women planning girls-only getaways as escapes. We shared our lives completely. Even the small routines, the early mornings, the market trips, and the evening walks were ours together. Living this way taught us perspective. A single question often measured peace. If I never saw him again, would this argument matter? Life overseas reminded us daily how fragile time could be. Scooter rides carried risks, buses climbed mountain gravel, with little margin for error. Danger was often part of ordinary life, and minor disagreements lost importance rapidly. Witnessing hardship reshaped our understanding of struggle. I met children scavenging for food on trash heaps. Families walked miles for water that still made them sick. Women with children faced impossible decisions just to survive. I met a man living outside his village because of leprosy. We brought him supplies, and without thinking, I hugged him. He lit up, aching for human connection. Moments like that, seeing suffering and reaching across it, reordered what deserved my energy and attention. That understanding, learned in the bones and heart, rather than in words, became the measure of a life worth living. Chapter 6. Home, not just a posting. Morning came with light, not clocks. The sun pushed through thin curtains or bamboo slats, warming the room before either of us woke. When the sun rose, so did we. When darkness settled, so did our bodies. It was a simple way to live, shaped more by weather and daylight than by schedules or obligations. Some mornings began inside gated communities where a guard waved us through as we rolled out in the truck. Other mornings began in mountain villages where smoke from cooking fires drifted through tarp walls and roosters announced the day long before the sky turned pale. Those mornings often meant stiff muscles from sleeping on wooden doors laid across packed dirt floors, the heat of the communal fire just enough to keep the mountain cold from settling into our bones overnight. The sounds shifted depending on where we were, but we noticed them all. We lived across a mixture of environments over those years, farmers walking goats along narrow paths on their way to grazing fields, high-pitched birds calling through the thick humidity, the constant thrum of scooters moving through city streets. Evening always brought crickets, loud with a sound I had never known growing up in the United Kingdom. That sound never became background noise to us. It reminded us daily that we were living somewhere entirely different from where we started, and exactly where we were supposed to be. Sometimes the night carried other sounds. Karaoke poured through guest house windows from speakers turned far past comfortable volume, voices competing loudly with music that drifted through the streets until long after midnight. Instead of irritation, it became part of the place. Another reminder that life outside our small routines was moving just as much as ours. For long distances and team travel, we used a sturdy four-wheel drive vehicle built for narrow mountain roads and flooded tracks. For daily errands or weaving through crowded towns, we relied on a small scooter that rattled faithfully through traffic and dust. We visited markets, villages, and city streets together, balancing schedules, supplies, and whatever the day demanded. Life became routine without ever becoming predictable. We worked together, traveled together, and rested together. The most consistent part of our days was often the simplest. Walking with Jedi in the rare spaces beyond villages or down empty stretches of open fields where the noise of work and expectation faded behind us. Those walks belonged only to us, with no schedules and no teams or translation between languages or cultures, just footsteps, the dog racing ahead, and the comfort of being side by side with no need for conversation. Jedi ran every walk as if it were the greatest moment of his life. He chased puddles, leaves, insects and shadows with equal determination, circling back often to check that we were still following him. His energy fit the pace of our life, restless, curious, and always. TJ adapted to field life without hesitation. He had spent years in America, carrying a longing to return to Asia. Where some expatriates struggled with interrupted electricity, inconsistent water, or the daily challenge of finding food, TJ treated each inconvenience like part of the adventure. We learned to live with whatever was available. Sometimes electricity cut out, so candles appeared without complaint. Other times water stopped running and buckets replaced faucets. If we craved food we grew up with, we searched small import shops for Western ingredients, carefully checking blocks of butter and separating the least fish-scented option from the rest. Sometimes we found coffee, sometimes we did not. When the craving intensified, I learned to bake bread and cook meals from scratch using locally available ingredients. Majority of other days we ate entirely native food and never thought twice about it. Both felt natural. Neither felt like a sacrifice. Southeast Asia was not temporary for us. It was not a chapter we planned to close and return to later. It was where we expected to remain. Building our work, our marriage, and our future in a place that constantly shifted between comfort and unpredictability. Our SUV 4x4 rumbled steadily with Jedi sprawled across the back seat, and our truck always packed with village supplies. We sometimes headed into areas that discouraged foreigners, regions that authorities lightly controlled and watched, as these authorities preferred outsiders to stay away. Yet somehow we always passed through without incident, not because of bribes or influence, but because our presence had become accustomed, routine, and unobtrusively accepted. At checkpoints, soldiers and police glanced at our registration, then at Jedi, then back at us. A few would wave, some would ask for photos. The dog quickly became a celebrity, and sometimes we joked that his black Mastiff Lab mix features made him a local hero before either of us even stepped out of the vehicle. Small gestures mattered more than anything else. On one occasion, an official asked for a pen to complete our paperwork. I leaned out of the truck window, handing her several, saying she could keep them. The embarrassment vanished, replaced by a smile that stuck in memory. We always carried small gifts such as pens, soda, and snacks. They acted like a tiny currency of trust. Our reputation grew with every detail of compliance and courtesy. TJ roamed through these moments as if he had been doing it all his life. Tall, broad-shouldered, with hair that sometimes brushed his shoulders, he carried an almost instinctive calm that people noticed. Children would reach out to touch his hairy arms, stroke his beard in the winter, or simply grin up at him in awe. Men occasionally followed the gesture, curious and respectful, sensing the low-key authority he carried. In one memorable encounter, a local airport security officer paused mid-one scan, looked him up and down with obvious curiosity, and whispered to me that my husband was extremely handsome. I translated later, and we laughed. A moment that reminded us this life required both patience and levity. Language was another tool we used daily. I often spoke more to address, while TJ leaned on me to bridge gaps. Together we formed a seamless partnership as he handled the physical presence and people's wonder, and I navigated words, culture, and subtle expectations. Jedi took part in all this too, sitting for photos, wagging his tail, earning smiles and gentle scratches. Visiting villages, crossing borders, carrying supplies, meeting officials, and sharing laughs with locals, we never arrived empty-handed. Our truck or scooter always held rice, salt, oil, and dry pork shoulders, sometimes placed without announcement for those struggling through a hard season. We also brought sunglasses and school supplies because slight gestures meant everything to children and elders alike. One of our favorite sights was a grandmother in her field, bright red sunglasses perched on her nose, tending her crops with determination. It was Yimei who first called me sister. She was small, strong, and quick to laugh, the woman who carried her complete village in her heart. Her people lived high in the mountains, where clouds rolled through the valleys, and the air turned silver with mist. A deep gorge split the land in two, and only a handful of bridges connected the two sides. Where the distance was too great, zip lines filled the gaps, massive steel cables stretched across the gorge. People and sacks of grain traveled back and forth in hand-woven harnesses, the full weight of a life suspended by rope and trust. Even cows and ponies made the crossing, hoisted in makeshift slings that swayed hundreds of feet above the roaring river below. Yimai belonged to one of the smaller indigenous groups. Within her family, they spoke a language they had never written down. Years earlier, missionaries had worked among a larger neighboring group, translating songs and scripture into that language instead. Yimai and her people learned it so they could read, sing, and worship alongside them. Beyond the valley, the national language was used for school, government, and dealings with the outside world. They crossed easily among all three languages, often switching mid-sentence, borrowing words when one fell short. When Yimei and I spoke, our conversations translated in the same way. We used a mix of languages without thinking about it. At home with TJ and others, it was no different. The official national language, indigenous languages, and English flowed through the house together. One person might say something in one language, and another would answer in a different one. The meaning still carried across. Over time, the conversation itself became its own living thing, imperfect but understood. When Yimei invited us to meet her family, she was openly proud. We drove for hours in the old four-wheel drive truck, climbing higher into the mountains as the road narrowed and trees brushed against the windows. Just before we arrived, her father called. Her mother had woken up that morning, unable to feel one side of her body, with speech broken and her face slack. Her father, already in his 70s, had carried her on his back and walked 6 hours to the nearest clinic, a single room staffed by one nurse, with limited supplies. Together, they believed it had been a stroke. There was no money for a hospital, and no straight way to reach one. When we arrived and saw how severe it was, I called a Dutch friend of mine, a nurse with more field experience than many doctors, and asked for guidance. Neither of us had money either, but we went ahead anyway, trusting we would somehow cover the cost and hoping her organization might later help with any remaining fees. We loaded the vehicle with her mother, sisters, aunties, cousins, and children, then tied sacks of vegetables and chickens to the roof. If we were heading to the city, the trip had to serve more than one purpose. The sisters planned to sell the produce and buy necessities before returning home. It was the rainy season, and the mountain roads had turned into rivers of red mud. We chained the tires and crept downward, slipping and grinding until the road finally leveled out. Chickens squawked, babies cried, and the vehicle felt full of urgency and purpose. At the hospital, doctors confirmed it had been a stroke. They checked for clots and bleeding and watched for further damage. Nothing more dangerous appeared, only exhaustion and the extensive work of recovery ahead. The day was draining, hours traveling, followed by long waiting in the dim hospital ward, hoping it was nothing worse, even though the stroke itself was enough. Before returning home, we traded produce for supplies, filling the truck with rice, cooking oil, salt, and necessities for remote village life. Back in the village, Yimei's mother and the other women settled in for the night while the men returned from hunting, with a strange catch. The meal was tender and smoky, unlike anything I had tasted before. When I asked what it was, we worked through a long list of animals without landing on an answer. Finally, Yimei's father led us outside and pointed to the pelt. It looked like a small deer with tusks. He smiled and pressed a finger to his lips. Some questions did not need answers. About 9 months later, TJ and I returned for another visit. Yimei's mother met us standing in the doorway. The woman who had once been piggybacked by her husband from the mountains now stood upright and smiling. She lifted her arms proudly, flexing her fingers to show their strength. Each morning, with no therapy and no medical guidance, she had forced her body to recover by climbing the steep mountain paths, dragging her weak leg until strength slowly returned. The mountains had become her rehabilitation. TJ ate anything placed in front of him and made sure I never had to suffer through novel meals alone. Yimei's mother adored him, especially when he asked for seconds and thirds of her prized black-skinned chicken soup, which she prepared with obvious pride. TJ slipped easily into village life becoming a sort of big brother to many of the people we worked alongside. Watching Yimei's mother traverse confidently through her home and along the mountain paths again, I understood something deeper about the place and the people who lived there. The mountains did not simply make people strong, they made them certain of one another. When hardship came, there were no long questions or complaints. They simply carried on carrying each other until life balanced again. We left that valley with more than memories. The mountains taught us patience, endurance, and the strength of people who bear one another through life. Those lessons followed us, where friendships slowly widened into something that looked and felt very much like family. Yimei lived with us for a season while she worked and studied. Around the same time, another young woman, Bai, joined our household. She came from another part of Asia, carrying her own calling, her own work, and her own uncertainty about where life would lead next. Neither arrangement was a long-term plan. It simply grew out of need, trust, and the understanding that sometimes people require a place to land while they figure out their path. Over time, our home filled up. Not crowded in a chaotic sense, but full in a welcoming way. Bai and Yimei worked closely with students who often struggled with being far from their families for the first time. Many afternoons, TJ and I returned from markets or field visits to find several of those students sitting at our kitchen table, drinking tea, doing homework, or simply needing a place to exist without pressure. Another friend, Dongmei, arrived during a very unreasonable season of her life and stayed with us for several months. Like the others, she did not need answers or fixing. She needed space, safety, and time. Our home provided that without ever formally deciding to become that kind of place. It simply happened because we rarely said no when someone needed a roof, a meal, or a simple place to stop and be. Jedi settled into this environment as naturally as he did everywhere else. He walked between rooms, greeting each new arrival with calm acceptance, curling beside students while they studied, or resting at the feet of whoever seemed to need comfort most. His presence softened the edges of the space, especially for young people far from home. He never demanded attention, yet he always drew it, offering a grounding presence that made strangers feel welcome within minutes. One year, Yimei and Bai Yi asked if we would host a Thanksgiving dinner. Most of the students had only heard about the holiday through stories and movies. What they really wanted was an excuse to gather, share food, and feel connected to something larger than themselves. TJ and I agreed without understanding how large the evening would become. We cooked for days. Meat became the centerpiece, something many students rarely afforded. We wanted to make this a memorable event and a blessing for the students. Desserts followed, adjusted carefully, because traditional Western sweets were far too sugary for most of their tastes. By the time evening arrived, nearly 50 people filled our home. Every chair, step, and corner of the kitchen became occupied by laughter, conversation, and plates piled high with food. Late into the night, when our gathering finally slowed down, we realized that most of the buses had shut down. TJ and I loaded groups of students into our vehicle and drove each one home or to the university campus. No one ever discussed it as an obligation. It felt like the natural ending to a gathering that had care and responsibility as its foundation. Holidays often carried a different weight. During major cultural celebrations, many students could not afford the travel required to return home. Our house became a second gathering place during those times as well. Some slept on our floor, others stretched across couches or shared rooms. There were long conversations, shared meals, and the reassurance that no one needed to sit alone while the rest of the country celebrated family. Rabah and Jani were an ever-present part of our days. We visited their small jewelry shop, sat together over tea, and shared stories that ranged from the ordinary to the absurd. Sometimes they came to our house, bringing treats or just themselves, and fit in as naturally as anyone else. Their easy presence became one more thread of daily life alongside the students, the celebrations, and the constant comings and goings that made the house feel like a retreat. Yime's village had first shown me what it meant to carry one another through difficulty. Our home slowly became an extension of that same understanding. There were no announcements, no mission statements, and no plans to build anything formal. People simply arrived, stayed, healed, laughed, studied, and eventually went on into their own lives. Yime and Bai Yi both married kind men and built families of their own. Dongmei found her footing again and stepped back into life with confidence. Many of the students who once filled our kitchen continued into careers, marriages, and futures that honored us by allowing us to watch from a distance. None of it felt extraordinary while it was happening. It felt like daily life, shaped by open doors, shared meals, and the belief that family could grow without blood or paperwork. It formed through time, presence, and the willingness to let people stay until they were ready to leave. Hosting teams often presented accommodation challenges. Many rural towns offered no guest lodging that met even basic hygiene or safety standards. More than once, the only viable option was renting out the entire local brothel. These buildings often had the only reliable running water, air conditioning, and locking doors. To keep everything transparent and respectful, we paid the owners for the full week, including compensation for lost business. The visitors rarely complained. A clean bed and a functioning bathroom meant they could rest and return the next morning, ready to treat hundreds of patients. The first time we stayed in one, the humor was impossible to ignore. Every room contained mirrors on nearly every surface, walls behind the bed, and one large mirror mounted on the ceiling. Every single room. It became a running joke among the team and eased tension in a place none of us expected to stay. Food created its own challenges. In one town, there were no restaurants open during normal hours. We found a small open-air beer garden decorated with lanterns and wooden benches, and convinced the owner to cook for our team each evening after work. On the first night, the group relaxed for the first time all week, enjoying mild local dishes and cooler evening air. About 20 minutes into dinner, the entertainment for the night began rehearsing. A group of transgender performers stepped onto a small stage, music and lights starting without warning. The doctors froze mid-bite, caught between shock and politeness, while I tried not to laugh. Cultural surprises arrived in many forms, and that evening came wrapped in sequins and stage lights. Experiences like this were not unusual. In many border towns, brothels doubled as guest houses, and beer gardens doubled as cabaret spaces. Once, we unknowingly stayed in a guest house that operated as a brothel after dark. During the day, it appeared entirely respectable. We even rented bicycles from the front desk. That evening, after showering in a shared hallway bathroom, I was halfway dressed when someone knocked firmly on the door. A woman's voice demanded her clothes. After donning my own clothes, I eased the door open. She stood wearing little more than a thin bikini pointing toward a shelf inside the bathroom. Without realizing it, I had taken over her changing space. Later, walking back to my room, I passed a hallway filled with businessmen carrying briefcases and women dressed in glitter and perfume. I slipped into our room. We locked the door and pushed the television against it before settling in for the night. Moments like these required quick adaptation, humor, and calm acceptance. They were part of navigating remote regions where infrastructure blurred between hospitality, entertainment, and survival. Beneath the humor, however, existed a harder truth that sat close to the surface. On the other side of the table, human exploitation remained a constant threat. It rarely appeared openly. It began with promises. Recruiters visited villages offering jobs, education, or a way out of subsistence farming. Families desperate for opportunity sometimes paid for travel arrangements, believing their children were stepping into a better future. Once they reached the city, they confiscated identification, inflated debts, and made escape nearly impossible. This problem did not affect only women and girls. People trafficked men into forced labor on fishing boats, construction projects, or pressed young boys into service as porters during guerrilla conflict. I met several who had trusted an offer that cost them their freedom. One village made the danger deeply personal. We became close to a family whose daughter attended university in a nearby city. Her father was proud and convinced she was thriving. Her mother carried concern. Rumors circulated about a karaoke bar that operated legitimately on the surface, but offered other opportunities behind closed doors. She feared her daughter might get drawn into something she could not leave. The mother asked if we could check on her daughter whenever we traveled through the city. It became a simple routine. We took the daughter to dinner, spent time with her and her friends, and made sure she felt supported and visible. She looked forward to those visits, talking freely about her classes and plans. After each visit, we reported it back to her mother, describing how she was doing and reassuring her that her daughter remained safe and focused on her studies. The seasons passed full and bright, each one marked by insignificant victories, laughter, and a shared purpose. Side by side, we navigated through work, village life, and tranquil evenings at home, carrying one another through whatever came our way. In those moments, life felt whole, and the world, for all its complexity, was exactly where we wanted to be. Chapter 7. Alone. For years, our life in Southeast Asia had expanded naturally, almost without question. Work opened new doors, relationships deepened, villages became second nature. Our home stayed full of people, passing through seasons of struggle, growth, and celebration. We were busy, tired, and deeply content. It felt permanent, or at least permanent enough, that we never spoke about an end. Yet beneath the surface, small pressures began gathering. Travel restrictions tightened in some regions. Funding that had once stretched just far enough began thinning. Visas grew harder to secure and renew. None of it happened in one theatrical moment. It arrived in subtle layers, each manageable on its own, but together they began pressing against the life we had built. We adapted the way we always had, working more, teaching English for meager pay, taking on whatever opportunities appeared, trusting that the next solution would come into view as it always had before. For a long time it did, until eventually it didn't. It was no longer viable. We lived between continents in a way that made sense to us, even if it confused others. When we returned to our home countries, it was rarely to settle. We worked intensely during those visits, taking whatever jobs were available while reconnecting with family and regrouping physically and financially. Once we had saved sufficient funds, we went back to Asia to resume the work we felt called to. It was an unconventional cycle, but for years it allowed us to remain where we believed we belonged. We thrived in Southeast Asia, becoming deeply connected to the culture and the land we served. We envisioned staying until our last days. maybe even being laid to rest in some remote rice paddy no one had heard of. TJ, being the man he was, imagined an Asian sky burial, the body cut apart and left high in the mountains for sacred vultures to feed on. They believed the soul departed the body and ascended into the heavens. He would joke, but with all seriousness. For us, the chances of living to a ripe old age overseas seemed slim. Not out of pessimism, but simple reality. High risk and low life expectancy were part of the landscape. If it were not for health, it could be transportation. Stories of buses careening off mountains were not rare. There were countless variables that pulled people from the earth sooner than expected. Unlike many missionaries or humanitarian workers, we had both made a lifelong commitment to Asia as our permanent station. We were like the Vikings of old, burning the ships behind us, so there was no return and no option but to face whatever lay ahead. We never looked back toward the west where we had come from. Perhaps as a way of coping with the dangers and differences of living abroad, we sometimes made light of it. We even romanticized it. The idea of growing old together in some distant place felt almost cinematic, like an old plane lost in the jungle and discovered decades later, its skeleton crew still seated inside, surrounded by rusted tins and bottles untouched by time. But our time in Southeast Asia ended abruptly. We had always known it was possible, yet we held onto hope, perhaps stubbornly, that something would shift and allow us to remain. Support for the work had dwindled, and the system that had sustained us for years was fracturing. The tourism business was no longer sustainable, and the balance we had maintained between earning in the West and living in Asia no longer stretched far enough. Even as we made one last attempt to hold on to the life we had built, the cracks continued to widen. I had spent more than half my life in Asia, more years than in the country where I was born. I had imagined living out my final years there, rooted in a place that had become our dwelling place, only to be pulled away into the unknown. We had two choices, Europe or America. Europe through my passport and heritage, America through TJ's passport and country of origin. Both meant leaving the life we had built behind. We did not want to fall into a routine that felt boxed in by mortgages and predictable schedules. For years, we had lived moving between places because that was what our work and life required. Walking away from that life was extremely difficult. Our short-term plan was to continue to the United Kingdom, where I was born. We did not intend to stay long, only to regain our footing in the West after decades overseas. Eastern Europe was among our potential destinations, but we had made no plans. France lay only 20 miles across the English Channel from Dover, and it became our route back into the United Kingdom, for one reason, Jedi. By then, he was an elderly dog who had spent his life crossing borders and continents with us. Flying a dog directly into the UK can mean quarantine for up to 6 months. England is strict, like Australia and other island nations. Jedi, of course, did not know rules or borders. I could not bear the thought of Jedi being locked away. I researched and found a small jurisdictional gap. We flew into Paris. Mainland Europe had fewer restrictions. Jedi's rabies shot cleared him for France. Once in Europe before Brexit, we could cross borders freely. We flew into Paris and picked up Jedi. He came down the conveyor belt inside an oversized kennel with his blankie pacing in circles, eyes bright with anticipation. We went through customs and immigration and finally reached our dog. We rented a car and drove to Calais. They issued Jedi his own European pet passport in a small office there. It included a paw print, microchip identification, and vaccination records. From Calais, We drove through the Channel Tunnel to Dover and entered the United Kingdom. We presented all 3 passports, mine, my husband TJ's, and our dogs. By then, I had become fluent in visas and border rules. I had also learned how little we needed to live. We even tried van life in a tiny Volkswagen. We crossed Europe that way, sleeping folded into narrow spaces, cooking on a single burner, and measuring our days by where we could park without being moved along. We spent time with my family in England, travelled through Wales, and explored parts of the Scottish Highlands. From there, we took the ferry across the Irish Sea to Ireland. Jedi slept snug in our duvet while we braced ourselves on deck. The Irish Sea is notoriously rough, volatile, and prone to sudden changes, with shallow waters, strong tidal currents, and Atlantic storms. The passage was raw and unrelenting, far rougher than I had imagined. We were chasing the simplicity we had known in Asia, but no matter how we adjusted, limits kept appearing. Every path eventually closed. Europe never quite opened the door the way we had hoped it might, and slowly we realized the life we wanted would require crossing one more ocean. Finally, after weighing it all, we decided on America. With everything we owned in 6 duffel bags, about $800 in the bank, and Jedi, we reached our final destination. We were apprehensive, carrying the weight of our past lives, alongside the fragile hope of what awaited. We stayed with TJ's father, grateful for the roof over our heads and the temporary place to land. Leaving life overseas behind was heartbreaking. The streets, the smells, the faces, the sounds of Asia lingered in our memories, whispering what we had lost even as we stepped into the Western way of living. We lived unsettled lives during our first 2 years in America. We packed, moved, unpacked, and packed again across multiple states. Eventually, in Montana, our lives found a measure of normalcy. TJ found work as a finished carpenter, rounding out his income with tree trimming on the side and the occasional odd job with skills he'd first honed years earlier for the power utility company. I had just completed the grueling process of becoming a lawful, permanent resident, filled with paperwork, fees, and appointments, and I could finally contribute. For 2 years, we had lived on 1 income, and now we had 2. Life did not give us time to rest. DJ's father and brother were involved in a violent car crash. His father went to the hospital by airlift, survived the ICU, transferred into rehabilitation, and then passed away a month later. His brother sustained severe injuries, and doctors stabilized him before sending him home because of insurance limitations. I took TJ's brother to Thailand, where we could afford surgery to reattach his arm to his shoulder. What was financially impossible in America became possible because of my experience, knowledge, and connections in Asia. On top of everything else, our Asian mountain dog let us know it was time to say goodbye. 14 years old, nearly 100 in dog years, he had traveled the world with us, crossing Asia, Europe, and finally America. After 2 surgeries and battles with cancer, our warrior companion passed away. Losing Jedi hollowed the house in a way only a dog can. The silence afterward was deafening. The house felt too empty. Despite the upheaval, Montana gave us one glorious summer. We spent it on trails, in lakes, and among the mountains, hiking, camping, and backpacking, even through the Great Bear Wilderness. We wore bells fastened to our clothes and carried only a single can of bear spray between us. Each night, we strung our food high in the trees, hoping to keep curious bears away while we slept in a tent not far off, naively believing we had protection. We took full advantage of the weather and every moment between our work schedules. Even as an independent and adventurous woman, I wanted to be a nurturer. I wanted our home to be a place of rest and peace for my husband. TJ would often come home from work, and even if I had worked just as many hours, I made sure there was food on the table. We sat together, talked about our days, and reconnected. I preferred being home to being out with any friends. Our apartment became our sanctuary. By September, we were already counting the weeks before winter sealed the land in snow. October arrived. Like every morning, TJ left first, crossing the street to the storage unit where he kept his tools in and saws. He loaded his 1993 bright blue Ford F-150, a truck he adored, a rare find with only 40,000 miles and chrome that still shined like new. I followed behind in my four-wheel drive 1993 F-150, honked and he waved back. It was an ordinary morning. That was the last time I ever saw him. Mid-morning at work, I received a phone call telling me my husband, TJ, had been in a car accident and that I needed to get to the hospital immediately. The sinking feeling hit my stomach without warning. Questions flooded my mind as I tried to calculate the best case and worst case scenarios. It was terrifying. A couple of women I worked with drove me to the hospital. They were kind people, though I only knew them through work. None of us knew what to make of the situation. All we knew was that it was urgent. When I arrived, it was the height of the COVID pandemic. I immediately found myself separated from everything and everyone. I was alone. Hospital policy prohibited additional visitors. The sterile environment felt cold and unnerving. I was required to put on a mask, and with all the protocols in place, I felt isolated before I even reached the emergency department. Someone escorted me into a room to wait and assigned me a strange, interfaith clergy person. I remained there for nearly an hour, questioned about my faith and other things I barely remember. The worst small talk I had ever experienced. I should have known something was terribly wrong. It would have been best and preferred to be left alone. The entire experience felt unsettling and unnecessary. Eventually, the doctor came in. My ears registered the words, but my heart and mind rejected them at first. I was already in denial without realizing it. I am a realistic person, and within seconds, denial gave way to clarity. TJ was gone. There was nothing more to interpret. He had left this earth. He was dead. There was no room for false hope or alternative outcomes. He was gone, no longer present in any form. They took me to see TJ in a still room, sectioned off in the ER. The accident had been violent, and his body told that story. But the worst of it was softened by a white sheet. His body lay there, but I did not need it to say farewell. TJ had already left. That body, that shell, was not my husband. The essence that made him who he was, the mind, the will, the emotions, his whole soul and spirit, were all gone. I needed to see him only for closure, for the certainty that he was no longer here. This may sound blunt, but it is how I understand life. I said goodbye. There was nothing anyone could do to change what had happened. Nothing could bring him back. There is always that silence in the middle of screaming, that slow motion, while the outside world is still running. When unavoidable chaos hits a situation, we can do nothing because it is unavoidable. You cannot worry and change things that are out of your control, but you can accept that and stay out of the confusion of chaos. By focusing only on what you can do or change, you can keep a somewhat clear head. There is an unnatural peace that allows you to resign from everything that is unimportant at that moment. I had some tears, but I held it together. It was shock, but really I just needed to be alone, away from everyone and everything. This is where I am very different from most people, and I think this is where some of my strength comes from. It would not have mattered who was with me. and it would not have mattered even if I had family close by. I needed to be alone. I had to process this battle and this war zone myself if I was ever going to survive it. People around me were concerned. They told me it was not healthy to be alone in an apartment after losing so much at once. I had lost my whole family. I had lost my dog in May, and now my husband that October. They tried to protect me from isolation and believed presence was the answer. But in all honesty, I needed to be alone. It was the only way to begin the of processing the freight train that had come out of nowhere, blindsided me, and run me over. My husband died in a car crash. He died in the ER. I said goodbye to his body. Someone drove me home, though I do not remember who. I remember being walked back into the apartment, people hovering and helping her door with things that no longer mattered. Eventually, after I had asked to be alone, reluctant and unsure of what else to do, they left, and I closed the door behind them. When that door finally clicked shut, I broke. I dropped to my knees against the door and sobbed uncontrollably, experiencing a shattering and grief so deep and strange. I remember taking a shower, a place to retreat. The shower was still running, steam filling the room, hot water pouring over my back as if it could wash away something that had no name. Until then, I had been making sure everyone else was okay and taken care of. That was when the questions came all at once. How could this happen? How did this happen? It was so fast, so random. 1 minute we were talking about leftovers for Thursday, maybe going out Friday if we felt like it. Normal life. And then suddenly I was alone in that apartment without my family. I had lost everyone overnight. The sound that came out of me did not feel human. It came from somewhere deep and primitive, pulled from a void inside my soul. I wept until my body heaved, buckled on the floor with my forehead pressed against tile, water mixing with tears and mucus, unable to tell where one ended and the other began. I stayed there long after my legs went numb, long after the water turned lukewarm, because standing up meant stepping into a world where he no longer existed beside me. The silence was unbearable. No husband, no dog, not loneliness. Loneliness suggests something could fill the space. This was the removal of presence itself. In the middle of the confusion, there was also a strange black and white clarity. Right then and there, I could have laid down and died. I do not mean to take my life. I mean, let life take me. Let everything that had already tried to break me finally finish the job. The bed felt unnaturally large and cold. Not just empty, but absent of the warmth that had once existed without thought. I noticed how human presence occupies space through breath, movement, heat, and the simple knowledge that another living soul is nearby. That awareness did not fade. It sharpened. If someone has ever walked into a room and felt another presence they could not see, this was the opposite of that sensation. Every instinct that expects another person to exist beside you suddenly has nowhere to land. There were bottles of whiskey TJ had collected from Scotland and Ireland, expensive ones we saved for special occasions. I had zero desire to dull the pain. I also had access to medication that could have forced sleep. Neither option tempted me. I understood with absolute certainty that numbing grief does not remove it, it only delays it, and when it returns, it comes heavier. I believed time might eventually soften the edges, but only if I walked through the grief. Food became irrelevant. It was not forgetfulness or punishment. My body simply rejected the idea of eating as unnecessary. Days passed where I had to remind myself to drink water, not out of health discipline, but because some distant logical part of me understood survival still required it. Hunger did not exist. It was as though The systems that reminded my body to live had gone along with everything else. I couldn't sleep. The bed, once a place of shared warmth, now felt hollow, like a body without its spirit. I'd crashed into sleep to cope, only to wake up and find that nothing had changed. The first morning I woke up without TJ, there was no flood of memories or panic. There was only a deep, black hollow where presence used to exist. Not sadness at first, not even thoughts, just an awareness that something essential had left the air. My body noticed before my mind did. The bed felt unnaturally still. The room felt stripped of a muted energy I had lived beside for years. It was not the absence of noise, it was the absence of life shared in the same space. Time itself lost meaning. Days passed because clocks insisted they did, but internally nothing advanced. Conversations, responsibilities, routines, all of it felt distant and strangely weightless, as if life had shifted into something I watched rather than lived. I had been dying slowly for a long time already, being pulled out of Southeast Asia. I think everyone gets moments like this. I have had more than one. Moments where something inside you splits clean down the middle and you realize you only get two choices. You can either lie down and die, or you can stand your ground. And I refused to disappear. Slowly, if that was what it took, I knew I would get myself up off the floor. My feet would be next, after finding my way back to my knees. I did not run or fight. I just stayed where I was, heels dug in, breathing through it. I asked the questions, of course. Why did this happen? Why was it allowed to happen? But underneath all of that, the truth was simpler. I did not want this to be my life, or want it to be the ending. Around, spinning inside, taking one small step at a time so I would not freeze in place. There were moments when I wanted to give up, moments when I wanted to stop, to scream, to disappear somewhere better, somewhere with no tears and no goodbyes. But that is not how it works. Not yet. Grace itself must declare that it is finished. Until then, when life knocks you down cold, you lie still until you find the strength to rise to your knees. You may stay there for a while, just holding the ground beneath you. And when there is a little more strength, you rise to your feet. And even when there is not enough to take one step forward, you stand. Sometimes I felt like my heart was being flayed open, completely exposed, with no wall left to protect me, because my protection was gone. No husband, no shield. Losing everything I loved about married life, including having a man beside me, suddenly stripped away the security I had. And that was terrifying. I had lived single into my 30s, but I loved being married, sharing a life, and not being alone in it. Suddenly, half of me was missing, and there was no map for how to walk that kind of ground. Yes, I lost the love of my life, but it was deeper than that. I lost half of myself. I was already on a trajectory, and I knew I had to stay the course. I continued in the life that had already begun. There was no turning back. Chapter 8. Learning the word widow. Then the aftermath started, the kind no one prepares you for, even when you think you've prepared for everything. I had to call family and tell them my husband was dead, not only my own, but TJ's family too, the relatives who treated me like one of their own from the start, not a guest who had vanished just because TJ was gone. I had to break their hearts while trying not to shatter my own. There is no training for that moment, no soft language for it. You just say the words and your body goes numb from the sound of your own voice saying them. My hands shook, gripping the phone as if it were the only lifeline left in the room. It felt mechanical, like my mouth belonged to someone else while my mind stood a few feet behind me, listening to the words fall out of the air. Each call felt like repeating the moment of his death again and again, forcing it to become real. in places where it still had not reached. TJ and I had already talked about what would happen if one of us died. We had to. That's how life was when you lived in Asia and worked in the field. The kinds of guarantees people assume in America or the West simply don't exist there. Moving a body across borders presented complications, expenses, and sometimes impossibilities, depending on the global location. Paperwork alone could delay reality for weeks. We were practical about death in that way, not because we were cold, but because we were honest. We both believed that the spirit and soul of a person are already gone. What's left is the shell. And most of the time, it's not the person who passed who suffers. It's the one still breathing. I could feel the phantom weight of his absence pressing down on my chest, a heaviness that refused to be moved by logic or reason. We had decided long ago, cremation, then take the ashes somewhere beautiful, no funeral or service, and no line of people waiting to hug me or offer those same hushed words. Just return TJ to the earth. Let him go. So when the moment came, I did exactly what we had talked about. We never considered it morbid or careless. For us, it was faithful. It was honoring something sacred between us. I remembered sitting beside him at his father's funeral after that long month in the hospital. In the middle of the service, he leaned toward me and asked that I never put him through something like that. I told him then that I wouldn't, and I didn't. A lot happened in that space after he died. Things I won't write. Some parts of life after death don't exist for witnesses. They belong to the living who are trying to survive something that feels impossible to carry. There are moments meant to be held, not exposed. I remember the silence that fell around me in those first nights. Stillness so deep it roared in my ears. My sister told me to come home to the United Kingdom. She may have said more than that, or she may not have. Maybe she spoke carefully. Maybe she carried far more than the words she let out. But the words I heard were simple. She thought it best that I come home. For a moment, I nearly did. I thought, why not leave America, leave this life, leave this grief, and go back to England, maybe even Ireland, my dad's homeland, green, serene, ancient. A kinder landscape than the one I was standing in. I hadn't seen my family since before COVID. Years had passed like everything, and nothing at once. She told me there was room for me, that I could stay as long as I wanted, rest, and figure things out. Someone will care for me for once. For a few days, I let myself imagine it, to be known once more without explanation, being held by people who loved me, with no need for the entire story, being somewhere I didn't have to be strong. But I knew that I couldn't go back. My family loved me, but the United Kingdom was no longer home for me. It would have been backward. This wasn't a rule. It was just my truth. I had an unshakable feeling that if I went back, I would stay, not due to what was right, but because of my brokenness, flattened, cracked open, spinning. Safety felt like it could be a trap when grieving. Comfort could swallow me whole, and I knew that if I went back, I would disappear inside it. The thought of surrendering to comfort felt like a cage closing in around me. There was also an urgency building inside me, something that felt almost instinctive. If I stopped, I feared I would sink into grief so deeply that I might never climb back out. There was no roadmap for that feeling. It simply existed, telling me that survival meant motion, even when I did not understand why. It was a pulse under my skin, a reminder that life had not paused for me. My home had never been a place. It had been my family, TJ and Jedi. As long as we were together, I felt at home, anywhere, any country, any room. That's how we lived, so going home, as my sister offered, would have just meant landing in a place where I was born. Still, I couldn't abandon what we had built. We had started from nothing in America after losing our place in Asia. We had made a life with our own hands. Even in loss, I couldn't walk away from it. Not because it was easy, but because it was ours. It was the path and trajectory I was already on, and I didn't need to deviate from that. My dog had passed away months earlier, leaving me alone in the apartment that now felt more empty than ever. In the same week, TJ died. We had scheduled to renew the apartment's rental lease for another year. I had lost 70% of our income when TJ passed. The math was clean and cruel. I couldn't afford the apartment, and I was losing the roof over my head and my sense of safety all at once. The walls echoed my shallow breaths, a reminder that sanctuary is not built from boards or paint. The apartment stopped feeling like a shelter and became a space that echoed. Every corner reminded me that a sanctuary is not built from walls or leases, but from the presence of the people who fill them. I pressed my palm against the cool glass of the window and felt the emptiness echo beneath my fingertips. 2 of TJ's brothers were on planes almost as soon as they heard the devastating news. They didn't wait or hesitate. They sprang into action. That's the family I had married into. No questions asked. No distance too great to overcome. Just pure, unwavering commitment to the task. Love that travels fast and without restraint when it is needed the most. They arrived carrying their own grief, and without realizing it, I shifted into caretaker mode almost immediately. It was easier to tend to someone else's pain than to sit inside my own. It was just the way I was built. I needed to make sure they were okay. I needed to help them understand what had happened. Putting their pain first gave me structure. It gave me tasks. It gave me something to hold on to while my own emotions waited in the background, postponed for a later time when I would be alone. The state trooper who was called to the scene of the accident needed to meet with me and take care of some formalities and paperwork. He offered to walk TJ's brothers and me through the accident site to give us some sense of what had happened. The crash did not add up. There were no obvious answers. Officials could not confirm a mechanical failure, a medical event, or a distraction. The unfinished nature of it weighed heavily on all of us. Even today, I still find myself mulling over the unanswered questions, acknowledging that I may never have closure. But sometimes, the only path is to let go and accept that not every mystery can be solved. We met the trooper along the stretch of highway where it happened. He spoke carefully, professionally, but with a respect that felt human rather than procedural. He showed us where TJ's truck had struck, how the vehicles rested, and how quickly everything would have unfolded. I traced the edge of the guardrail with my eyes, imagining the impact as if my body could remember it for me. Standing there helped the brothers understand. For me, it was different. It did not bring closure, but it gave shape to the unimaginable. A physical place often ties down grief that floats in abstraction. The smell of asphalt, faintly scorched under the crisp October sun, made reality inescapable. The trooper returned TJ's phone, which they had picked up amidst the accident and debris. It was good to have something back, something that had been in his hands. He had pictures on it that I did not have, which felt like a small gift and a small devastation at the same time. Afterward, we drove roughly a mile down the road to the tow yard where they had taken TJ's truck. Seeing the vehicle was brutal and grounding at the same time. It was proof of violence and proof of reality. I felt my stomach tighten with disbelief, trying to reconcile the life we had known with the stark metal twisted before me. My best friend Jinjin flew out the next day to help me. She was my sister in spirit. Over 20 years of history between us. We had met in Asia at the very beginning of my overseas life, and after that our paths crossed again and again throughout Southeast Asia, in different countries, in unexpected ways, as if the universe refused to let us lose each other. She had been stuck in America because of the COVID-19 pandemic, grounded while trying to get back to her life overseas. Borders had slammed shut, plans disintegrated overnight. That's the life all of us missionaries and expatriates had lived for years, a life half-packed, always ready to leave. Visas were temporary. Stability was rented. You learned not to get too attached to anything that couldn't fit in a suitcase. So when everything fell apart, suddenly, at a moment's notice, I wasn't alone. And somehow, I kept moving anyway. When a man dies or a woman dies, it is unbelievable what still has to be done and finished by the ones left behind, even men with little to nothing. TJ and I really owned very little. The coronavirus pandemic had already shifted everything into screens and voices on speakerphones, yet death refused to become digital. Someone still had to make phone calls and handle accounts, paperwork, titles, and official words stamped onto paper. And that someone was me. My body operated with numb efficiency. I moved through lists, tasks, signatures, calls, and logistics. Emotion was something I postponed, boxed, and stacked on a shelf inside myself, because survival required function first. I was an immigrant and learned the American system as I went along. I could feel the pulse in my temples, the ache in my shoulders, and the physical echo of grief. We pulled into the bank drive-thru because that was the only access during the whole shutdown. I sat in the car, trying to get the words past my teeth. The woman on the speaker heard my husband had died, and my voice cracked. The woman on the speaker went silent for a moment. Then she did something outside of protocol. She told me to come inside. When I sat across from the bank manager, she didn't treat me like a transaction or a file. She treated me like a human being and didn't rush me, but sat with me in my grief. She walked me through everything: paperwork, transfers, removing names that had once always appeared in pairs. I watched signatures turn into single lines, and each one felt like its own small funeral. The scent of the office carpet, the clicking of keyboards, became a backdrop for my own quiet mourning. At one point, I tried to form the word widow, but it stuck in my throat. The word felt like clothing that did not belong to me, yet still had my name stitched into it. I understood the definition. I simply refused to let it become the total description of who I was. Jin, who sat beside me, gently reminded me it was okay, that I was a widow and allowed to say those words. I nodded, but the word wouldn't come out. I couldn't use the word homeless either. Both realities were clear. I just refused to let either become my entire identity. I knew if I stood still too long, I would sink into those labels and vanish inside them. And I wasn't willing to look back 20 years later and realize that something tragic had happened to me. And that was the reason I never lived again. I had every right to stop. I just didn't have it in my DNA. So even though I couldn't speak the words aloud, I knew the truth. As an immigrant, I was now both widowed and homeless, and somehow I kept moving anyway. It's strange how life circles back on you. I had set out as a missionary at 16, too young to know better and full of fire. Back then, I carried more certainty than wisdom, more zeal than understanding. The world hadn't taught me yet. Over the years, the lessons came hard and personal. Most of what formed me didn't come from sermons or books, but from walking with God through places where comfort didn't exist. Christianity to me has never been an institution or a set of steps. It has always been faith in one true God, one who can meet you on dirt floors, in jungles, in concrete rooms, in airports, in grief-soaked apartments. A God who does not need a sanctuary to be God. Some people skim across life lightly, touched by hardship, never sinking into anything deeper than inconvenience. But life has a way of pausing us, halting us, hitting us like a freight train we never heard coming. Suddenly, you're blindsided, breath knocked out of you, standing at the edge of something you cannot undo. That is the real test, when you are squeezed beyond what you thought you could bear. Whatever spills out under pressure is what you truly are. In those moments, faith is no longer a doctrine for me. Love, grace, peace, those words stop being pretty and start being proven. Faith rips them apart, tests them, then tests them again. Hell doesn't feel far away. It feels like it's settled into your living room and unpacked its bags. And some in the comfortable church crowd, the ones who equate blessing with lack of suffering, often look at people standing in ashes and assume the worst. I have lived and lost enough to understand that the wilderness forges true saints. When I can walk with God so closely that even in ruin, stripped bare, forgotten, and alone, I still refuse to let go of hope. That is where resurrection begins. How I dealt with grief. Solitude has always been a safe place for me. Long before loss, I had learned to sit still with my thoughts, often slipping into something that hovered between prayer and reflection. Over the years, it became disciplined, then natural, and eventually necessary, but much more an enjoyment. I crave silence, the way some people crave noise or distraction. Each morning, with a cup of coffee, sitting alone has always been where I reset my internal compass. I notice the steam rising from the mug, the cold bite of the chair beneath me, the way the sunlight hits just so on the table. It's a type of grounding for me. There is a difference between solitude and aloneness. Solitude feels like open wilderness, expansive and intentional. Aloneness without TJ felt like standing in a burned forest where everything intimate had turned to ash. One space restored me. The other threatened to erase me. In that aloneness, I could feel the ghosts of every step we had taken together, whispering that the world had changed forever. Not 16 this time, not naive, not untested. This was a different aloneness, a deeper one. So I locked up my memories instead. I preserved them like something sacred and gave myself permission to grieve, to remember, to sit in it. But I also knew I couldn't build a home in sorrow. I would never move on. That phrase felt like betrayal, but I could move forward. I could carry the memories, keep them for myself, hold them in the vault of my heart. Only I had the stories of TJ and me. I knew our sacred times, the life threaded between us. Even though I've never understood marking anniversaries with grief, every year people get more sentimental, more nostalgic, more sorrowful, as if the date itself holds some kind of power. Society dictates that we circle these days on a calendar and brace ourselves as if the date is in charge of our emotions. We call them anniversaries. But isn't that word supposed to belong to something we celebrate? Death has never felt like an occasion to commemorate. The tragedy is the tragedy. No date makes it heavier. I'd rather celebrate life, not mourn the loss on a specific day. I'd rather live each day holding his memory close, letting it breathe with me instead of confining it to a square on a calendar. TJ died in October, just weeks before what would have been our 10th wedding anniversary the following month in November. But honestly, it wouldn't have mattered. A date couldn't make that loss heavier or lighter. I lost my first love and my best friend. Nothing on any calendar could bring him back or make it easier. I couldn't be any sadder because of a day or a month or an anniversary the world says should break you. And I couldn't use that scenario to stay widowed or homeless forever in that state, even when people affirmed the sadness and called it noble. My grief was genuine. I just would not stay there. Every morning, I drank coffee alone, sat in silence, and reminded myself that life had not ended, even if the part I loved most had. In all honesty and integrity, there were times I couldn't help whispering into the deepest part of myself. Why wasn't I in that vehicle with TJ? Why didn't we go together? There were nights I lay awake, wishing the two of us had gone out in one final blaze, a bus off a cliff, hand in hand, the way we had lived everything else. I knew I couldn't and wouldn't continue breathing on this earth if I had to do it alone again. There was too much life still present, too much to give, too much to share. Sharing life with someone had always felt natural. Marriage was well loved. I cherished being a woman joined to a man in that deep partnership where two people build their days and futures like a shared shelter. My friend Jinjin and I started packing up the apartment, that little sanctuary that held my husband, my dog, and my life, and began preparing for a temporary change of residence. I ran my fingers over the countertop one last time, feeling the smooth laminate and imagining him beside me, lingering in the light of our shared mornings. Jinjin and I figured it was wise to get out of the area before winter kicked in. That week had been warm, sunshine in the 70s, and then the weekend dropped and dumped 6 inches of snow. We scheduled our departure right after the storm, and honestly, that proved to be the correct choice. I was about to relocate from Montana down to hot Texas, staying temporarily with Jinjin's family. The strange part was that I was a seasoned driver all over the world. I had multiple driver's licenses from different countries. I had driven valleys and mountain paths that make people faint just watching them online. The ones everyone thinks must be fake or impossible. But in that moment, I froze, staring at the truck, the snow dusting the camper shell like a weight that couldn't be lifted. I forgot how to put it into 4-wheel drive and how you had to get out and manually turn the locks on the front wheels. I stood there at the pump, just staring at it, thoughts rushing through my head, until I finally walked inside and asked someone for help to do something so basic as pumping gas. And it hit me hard. I had settled, big time. Life's predictable grind still caught us. Life had settled into being just a housewife, and there is nothing wrong with that. Pride rests in the ability to cook almost anything. Nothing fancy but solid, home-cooked food. Skills grew in cleaning, laundry, and the daily jobs of homemaking. Yet another side remained in the woman who could disappear into mountains and who thrived in unpredictability. Something had tucked her away, dormant, waiting for something to awaken her. Even within the role of housewife, there had been a settling. Before TJ died, we had quietly surrendered to a life that no longer matched our dreams. We left Asia and adapted to routines that felt safe but small. We talked sometimes about doing something different, a way to earn money while still living how we loved. But talk alone became surrender, an unconscious acceptance that maybe this was simply going to be it. Right there, when the shock had lifted and the body was no longer frozen on its knees, a vow formed. No more settling, no more shrinking to fit a life that does not match the soul. Keep true to who I am. There may be seasons of simply getting from one place to the next, and that is okay. I should not stay in low places for too long. The clarity that waits in the mountains will always call. The memory of TJ's hand in mine and the avenues we had traveled became my way. I handed in the keys to the apartment that TJ and I had rented. Everything went into storage. I had no room in my heart to look at our things and still had to go through the motions. To cancel the lease, meet the carpet cleaners, walk through the place with the landlord, pointing out scuffs on the walls. I was numb. She marked down every little thing to be taken out of the deposit. I didn't care. The landlord was concerned about paint scratches. I wanted to scream that my husband had died and that I had lost everything, but I stayed silent. It wasn't her life. A storage unit stayed in Montana. The rest came with me. I left most of our apartment and everything behind for a later date to sort through. About a year later, I went back to deal with the storage unit and belongings. By then, I had adopted simplicity, and I went back to make sure I'd left nothing important: paperwork, birth certificates, marriage papers, passports, tax documents. TJ had inherited some sentimental things from his father's death, and I returned those to his family and to his brothers. Then I walked away from everything else. It was freeing. The only important things were the experiences that TJ and I had lived, not the stuff, and that was what I carried with me. So I packed my old faithful 1995 pickup truck with a camper shell on the bed, a couple of boxes of camping supplies to live out of, and TJ's ashes. They were in a simple carved wooden box, something he would have picked out himself. I only had a friend's sofa to crash on for a while. That was the beginning, standing first on my knees and then eventually on my own 2 feet, regardless of the consequences. I could feel the ice crusted on the hood of the truck as I lifted the wooden box onto the console beside me. The weight both literal and invisible. I left Montana, the wild Northwest, and drove toward the heat of Texas, with nothing but boxes, ashes, my good friend Jin sitting next to me, and a thin thread of hope holding me together. The wind rattled the camper shell as I drove across the plains, a sound that matched the hollow sound of my heartbeat. Somewhere between the Wyoming plains and the Colorado mountains, I told myself that when I could truly laugh again, I would know I had made it through. I would know that I had healed. Not the polite kind, not the hollow kind, but the deep, doubling over kind that reminds you your soul is still alive. I didn't have a timeline. I didn't need one. All I needed was that promise to myself and the courage to keep driving toward it. Each mile became a litany of survival, a conversation between the loss I carried and the life I still had to live. Chapter 9. The Long Walk Forward. Texas. It was the middle of winter and hot. The air felt thick against my skin, a sharp contrast to the biting cold I had just left behind. I loved what Texas stood for: the independence, the larger-than-life personalities, the way people seemed to live by their own rules compared to the rest of the states. There was a familiarity in the cowboy hats, and the wild attitude that reminded me of Montana and the western states. Texas carried the same untamed spirit, just dressed in dust and heat instead of mountains and snow. It wasn't a place I wanted to make my life. I loved the parts of America where few people dared to go. Wide raw spaces had always felt like oxygen to me. I could write entire chapters about the people who have entered my life and left a lasting mark, but that wouldn't be my story. I have only skimmed the surface of those who traveled parts of the road with me or left to place my heart. One of those precious souls, a lifelong friend, was Jin. I am grateful that when I was alone, I was not completely without support. I do not have many friends, but the few I have are more than friends. They are like family, brothers and sisters, not of my blood, scattered across the world. We may not talk for years, but we share a history forged in the darker valleys of life, and pick up where we left off when we reconnect. Jin was that person. I am deeply grateful for her family as well. Her sister and husband, their 2 teenagers, and both of their aging parents all lived on a small piece of land in a rural Texas suburb. They welcomed me as part of the family because I was Jin's friend, and I needed a place to land for a while, a place to stop and regain my footing. Not move on, but forward. The property hummed with life. Distant dogs barked, goats bleated across the way, gates creaked open and closed. The household was full with roots and routine. It felt stable when I was anything but. It was beautiful to reconnect with Jin and spend time with her, but I was in shock and grief. I got through most days in a fog, spinning internally, unable to trust even my autopilot. Jin and I stayed in the large family home, in a bedroom together, like roommates again. From years earlier, under different circumstances, it would have been an incredible reunion, and it still was. I, however, felt lost and restless. I had a place to land, but I still needed time on my own to process. So I did what I knew best. I took off camping alone for a long weekend. Some people wouldn't have done that. They wouldn't have trusted themselves enough to disappear into the woods while grieving. It could have seemed reckless from the outside, but it was the gentlest, most necessary thing I could give myself. It was perfectly in line with the woman I've always been inside. That was where I could scream, whisper, pray, or sit in complete stillness, without showing strength for anyone else. Solitude gave me permission to face what had happened. My thoughts spun and tangled, then gradually aligned, not neatly, but enough that I could hold on to them without feeling like they would unravel inside me. I walked almost every day, miles at a time, exploring empty fields and low-rolling hills, letting my legs carry emotions my mind struggled to hold. Each step grounded me in a reality that still felt fractured. The crunch of gravel and dry grass beneath my boots, reminding me that the world still existed, even if mine had split in two. There were moments sitting by a campfire, coffee in hand, the heat of the day fading into the cooler evening air, when I simply let the peace stretch across my thoughts. I was not planning or searching for answers. I was just present. The crackle of burning wood and the faint scent of smoke settling into my clothes gave me something firm to sit beside when my life felt uncertain. Every night, just as darkness settled in, a large and rather confident raccoon would appear. I had packed everything away properly, or so I believed, but he still dismantled my campsite as if it were his personal challenge. He would knock things over, rustle through bags, and leave small trails of chaos behind. It was oddly endearing. He was simply trying to survive, and he acted according to his programming. I watched him instead of chasing him away, respecting his persistence. His nightly visits became a strange comfort, a reminder that life continues in its own determined ways. My grief lived just beneath the surface, and solitude wrapped around it like a soft blanket. For the first time, I felt capable. And somewhere in the walking, the deep silence, the warmth of the sun soaking into my skin, I found something more solid than before. A thin strand of hope had taken root earlier, fragile but real. Now it thickened into something stronger. It became a tether that held me to the living world without pulling me away from the one I had lost. It didn't erase the grief. It simply let me carry both at once. Thanksgiving and Christmas passed, and with them came the realization that the new year was approaching, whether I felt ready or not. Many people might have stayed still, allowing grief to dictate the pace of everything. That was never how I survived hardship. I processed by moving, by placing one decision in front of another, sometimes understanding it only after I'd already stepped into it. Stillness helped me feel. Action helped me survive what I felt. TJ and I had talked more than once about different ways to rebuild our future. Truck driving had been one of those conversations. Not a firm plan, more like a doorway we occasionally stood in front of, wondering what might exist on the other side. Life had required constant attention just to stay upright, leaving little room for long-term reinvention. Some seasons of life aren't about chasing or building dreams at all. We were holding just enough structure together so the whole thing didn't come crashing down. Now I was standing alone, looking at practical reality in a country that still felt foreign. I carried an unusual collection of life experiences, mission work, international travel, owning and running businesses overseas. Those skills shaped who I was, but they did not translate neatly into employment boxes or application forms in America. I needed something tangible and measurable, something that allowed me to work while rebuilding stability. Skilled trades felt like solid ground. Plumbing, HVAC, electrical work. Careers built through apprenticeship and earned competence rather than polished resumes or years in school. CDL, truck driving, sat among those options, returning to my thoughts more than once, not as a grand calling, but as a practical door that seemed open when many others felt closed. Some days, Jinjin and I would slip away from the family house. We'd head to our favorite coffee shop and sit at the window table for hours. Mugs cooled as conversation drifted. I'd often circle back to truck driving. It was one idea that kept floating in my mind. I tested how it felt, spoken aloud, just in a passing conversation. Other evenings we'd stay in. We settled like old roommates on the couch or in bed with blankets close. We talked late into the night, and the idea of trucking would surface again from time to time. Then we'd put on a movie and let the evening slip away. As I turned those thoughts over inside, I felt something inside me shift. The sensation of doors easing open where everything had previously felt sealed shut. It was not only the possibility of work, it was the possibility of direction. A route I could follow, with no need to see every mile ahead of me. During that season, I often felt guided in ways I couldn't fully explain. I wasn't moving with certainty. I took life step by step, sometimes barely holding together. Still, I carried a sense that I wasn't navigating it alone. That awareness didn't remove the confusion or grief, but it gave me enough encouragement to keep going when everything inside me felt scattered. In my very early years in Southeast Asia, I had met an American couple who became part of that chapter of my life, dear to me and close beside me through some of the hardest stretches. We stayed loosely connected over time, then eventually drifted apart as life shifted in different directions. It was nothing striking, just the distance created by circumstances and the changing seasons. They heard what had happened to me and reached out. There was no pressure or expectation attached to it. They simply let me know they were thinking of me. By coincidence or providence, depending on how one sees it, they were living only a few hours from where I was staying in Texas. The beautiful couple welcomed me into their home and offered me a private room. It gave me a place to rest and gather myself during a time when my thoughts still felt unsettled. Their home carried a stability that differed from Jinjin's support. It was simply in the way the season shaped what I needed most right then. Both mattered in different ways. Jinjin had walked beside me as an equal, sharing space with me through long days of conversation, silence, laughter, and grief. My long-term friends became a type of adoptive parents. The support felt like the next step, more structured in a way I had not realized I needed. Leaving Jinjin was hard, but I knew it was part of learning how to stand on my own again. I moved in with my close friends, who gave me a bedroom and an ensuite bathroom on the opposite side of the house. I was grateful for the security and the space to think about what came next. Sitting still for too long made my thoughts spiral, and I knew I needed to focus on something practical. That internal pressure had already started pushing me to explore truck driving. Not as a calling or a dream, but to rebuild. A job that offered structure, income, and direction without requiring me to untangle every part of my past first. In January, there I was, enrolled in CDL school, about 20 minutes from the house where I was living with my special friends, the kind couple who had taken me in. Truck driving had been on my mind for some time, and suddenly it was no longer an idea, it was real. I was up before the sun each morning, stopping at a small gas station for a large cup of coffee and still arriving nearly an hour before class. A few blocks from the school compound, I discovered a tiny Mexican cantina-style place. No one spoke English, and I wondered if they ever closed, morning into night, into early morning again. Looking back, it probably wasn't the safest place for a woman alone that early, but it didn't even register. I had spent years navigating major cities across Asia at all hours. Fear had long ago stopped being my guide. Less than 4 months had passed since losing everything. I don't know how I held it together. Restless doesn't cover it. There was something feral underneath, like I was still fighting for my life, even though the battlefield had shifted. I was a widow, an immigrant, homeless, and now I was signing up to learn how to drive an enormous machine I wasn't sure I wanted to drive. The trucks loomed in the yard like giants, gleaming in the morning light, each one daring me to step closer. The size alone was intimidating, and the whole thing sometimes seemed absurd. Thankfully, the first weeks were mostly classroom-based, theory about the mechanics of the truck, rules that governed the interstate and the industry, structure to the training that would eventually put me behind the wheel, something solid to hold on to when everything else felt unstable. Like always, I came prepared. I already had my commercial driver's license permit before class started, with general knowledge, air brakes, and combinations. The plan was simple: pass the test, get my CDLA, then add every endorsement I could: hazmat, tankers, doubles and triples. Every qualification was another thread weaving a lifeline. Getting a CDL license isn't just about passing tests, it's discipline and responsibility. You're learning to operate something that can destroy lives if you're careless. You're taught to stay calm when things go wrong, because panic has no place behind the wheel. I read everything I could about the industry, including what kind of money was real and what was hype, what avenues existed, and what work didn't chew you up and spit you out. Even then, I knew I was skimming the surface. There's the idea of the industry, and then there's the reality which I hadn't met yet. One day in the classroom, they asked everyone why they were there. Each person had a story: hotshot drivers looking for more stability, yard jockeys moving trailers around warehouses, wanting something bigger, people who were coming out of the pandemic with government-backed opportunities in a different career, others emerging from shutdowns, desperate for better money. It was still that in-between time of the COVID-19 era. Masks lingered in some places. The pandemic wasn't over, it was just quieter, still raw, still hanging in the air. When it was my turn, I shared carefully. I did not announce that I was a widow, just shared that I needed more than a minimum wage career and a skill set that gave me options, without burying me in debt. Something that paid right out of training. I said some things had happened, with no real details. I wasn't ready for that. Later, as the days wore on, I found myself watching videos online at home after class. It started as a way to pass the time, but quickly became something more, another avenue of learning. I sifted through social media nonsense to find the useful bits and step-by-step guides, honest advice, and practical demonstrations. Most channels were full of filler, opinions, or that online media swagger, but a few stood out. There was one particular trucker whose approach caught my attention, calm and practical, with his videos focused on teaching. He spoke about people starting over, those who had lost ground in life, and even addressed challenges that many drivers rarely talked about. Watching him, I felt a flicker of encouragement. As the classroom weeks continued, the lessons grew heavier: theory, rules, structure, and something solid to grab onto when everything else in my life felt unstable. Pre-trip inspections, bolt by bolt, coupling and uncoupling trailers, and backing maneuvers. Learning manual transmissions, 10-speed or 13-speed. Physical, mental, relentless. Every detail mattered. I could feel the vibration of the trucks beneath my hands, in my imagination before I even climbed into the cab. The scent of diesel clinging to my clothes, like a promise I could grasp onto. We eventually changed into the hands-on driving phase, learning how to operate a machine that large. I was small, considered petite, 5'5", about 135 pounds, and climbing into that cab felt almost absurd. The seat had to be high enough to see over the dashboard and reach the wheel, but low enough for my feet to touch the pedals. Still, women smaller than me had done this before. The trucks were old, patched together from years of student use, rattling and loud, carrying a weight and character all their own. The truck I drove most often, the one they recommended for testing, was the best of the bunch. Its seat leaked air slowly, just enough that it would sink mid-maneuver or while cruising. On the bright side, it brought my feet closer to the clutch. On the not-so-bright side, I had to stretch my neck to see over the dashboard. There were moments I panicked and questioned why I had signed up for any of it at all. The world told me I didn't have to do it. I could have stopped. Others were there to help me. But something inside refused to quit. I put my head down and pushed through doubt, fear, and exhaustion. Every shift of gears, every pre-trip inspection, was a declaration to myself that I could finish what I started. The head of the school also administered the final exams. At first, that felt reassuring. Then it became terrifying. He was meticulous. His name would be on my results, and he made sure anyone who passed had truly earned it. The exam took hours, including pre-trip inspection, driving, maneuvers, and parking, step by step, with nowhere to hide. I had told them I wanted any open slots or cancellations. I did not want to drag this out. On test day, I was in the parking lot before sunrise, waiting for the 6 a.m. start. I drove, maneuvered, and parked, feeling like I knew nothing, even though I knew everything. After an abrupt break, I went into the official test just after lunch. By the late afternoon, I ran through the pre-trip inspection like a machine. The social media and videos I had watched at home, the man who had shared so much practical knowledge online, had guided me more than he knew. Every bolt, check, and procedure stuck in my memory. Still, my confidence wavered in the face of 65 feet of steel. Backing, parking, and parallel parking, it all demanded precision. When it was over, the instructor said nothing. Silence stretched as we parked. My future felt suspended in those moments. Finally, as darkness fell, he offered advice and training points, constant and professional. Then he said it, I had passed. I asked him to repeat himself, then repeated it back, just to be sure I had not failed. Tears came, uncontrollable. I pulled them together quickly, saying they were happy tears. He and a few others knew enough of my story to understand. When I got back to the house, my good friends greeted me with smiles and hugs. Later, I shared the news with my mum in England. She was so proud of her daughter. She showed the photo of me passing my test, standing beside the beast of a truck and trailer, to her friends holding up her phone and pointing out, wait, there she is. Zooming in, little by little. I was in the middle of the picture, up front, and it still took a moment to find me. I had crossed something that day, a marker, a cairn, proof that I had been here, and the path was real. Standing there beside the tractor and trailer, the sun dipping low over the lot, I could feel the weight of it all settle for a moment. 65 feet of rig, close to 80,000 pounds, and I looked small in the frame. But I wasn't small. I had done it. I had climbed, studied, feared, and persisted. Maybe it was the top of a mountain. Maybe it was just the first marker on a much longer way. Either way, I knew I wasn't turning back. In that evening light, I remembered why I had started this journey. Not just the need for work, sustainability, or a career. It was about proving to myself that even after losing everything, I could rebuild, step by step, bolt by bolt, mile by mile. The 18-wheelers, the manuals, the endless repetition, it all became survival of minor victories piling up into something tangible. That night, as I sat and let myself feel the enormity of it, not just the CDL, not just the trucks, but the truth that I had shifted through grief, fear, and chaos, and arrived somewhere solid enough to stand. I poured a cup of coffee, watched the shadows lengthen across the room, and felt a small accomplishment. That was enough. There would be long nights, hard shifts, miles of loneliness, but I had already survived far worse, and now I had tools, a skill, and a body of experience that no one could take away. The machine I had mastered was more than steel and hydraulics. It was a proof of resilience, of grit, of refusal to be defeated by circumstance. In that moment, I realized something else. I was not just learning to drive a truck, I was learning to trust myself again, to honor my strength, to follow the instincts that had carried me through every impossible moment. My heart still, ever so cautiously, started to soften. And as the sun disappeared, leaving a wash of pink and gold across the Texas sky, I understood that this was not an ending, but a beginning, a first step into a life that was mine to shape, a road that stretched wide and uncertain, but undeniably alive. I had arrived at the marker. The next mile was mine to claim. Chapter 10. Open door to the frontier. Passing the test did not feel like an ending. It felt like being handed the keys and told to go figure it out. The license was official, the ink dry, but nothing about the course ahead was neat or certain. There was no victory lap and no long celebration. One day, I was a student trying not to hit cones, and the next, I was stepping into an industry that expected experience. Passing school was only the first hurdle. Now came the part where everything had to be walked out. Most companies require at least a year of experience on the road and prefer not only classroom hours or yard practice, but actual miles logged under load. They wanted proof that you had carried freight, managed deadlines, and taken full responsibility for what sat behind you. Weather systems, traffic snarls, tight delivery windows, and the long, solitary stretches of highway would now test everything I had learned, leaving me with no one else to rely on. I had lived much of my life this way before I could see the whole map. Long before trucking, before logbooks and licenses, I learned how to walk without guarantees, paying attention even without certainty. My faith speaks of the first man walking with God in the cool of the day, not preaching, not performing, just walking together. I've always loved that detail, the cool of the day, the moment when the heat fades, the air softens, and everything feels balanced again. To me, that has always felt like the simplest picture of faith. Not religion or structure, but relationship and presence. My life has carried faith through many seasons. There were years when it was loud and public, filled with church services, ministry work, and missionary life that rarely switched off. There were other seasons just as real, when faith became lived more internally, than outwardly. Some moments that shaped me most deeply happened outside of buildings, moving through countries, mountains, villages, and crowded streets. Faith often felt strongest when I was simply walking through the world, paying attention. Someone once described the Bible to me in a way that never left, not as a manual or rulebook, but as stories of people learning how to walk with God, lives unfolding across varied landscapes, marked by failure as often as faith. The common unifying element was never perfection, but it was a willingness to walk out the relationship. That understanding settled deep inside me. Faith, at its core, was not something I needed to act out. It was something I needed to live. And if anything sat at the center, it was love. Not the polished, easy version, but the constant, patient kind that chooses compassion even when it is inconvenient, the kind that sees people as more than their worst moments. I failed at it often, but it remained the direction I tried to take. Loss stripped my life back to a foundation. When everything I knew disappeared, I wanted to understand grace in a deeper, more honest way, not explained by others, not shaped by expectations. I wanted to recognize it when it appeared in my life and learn how to extend it outward. I harbored a desire that had followed me since my missionary years. Not wanting a title or an assignment overseas, I preferred my everyday life to carry the same purpose, to live in a way that brought light into ordinary spaces, truck stops, parking lots, break rooms, conversations that lasted only minutes. I wanted to experience life as someone secure, honest, and kind enough that people felt it with no need for explanation. The more I thought about trucking, the less random it seemed. My life had been shaped by constant change. The years I spent in Asia taught me to live light, adjust quickly, and build a life without depending on one place for stability. Trucking carried some of that same structure. The work meant long stretches on the road, changing landscapes, and days shaped by distance and time, rather than a fixed address. That part made sense to me. Maybe trucking was not a departure from the life I had lived before. Maybe it was a translation of it, a bridge between the missionary world and a career that could support me in practical ways. It allowed me to continue moving while building something stable for the first time in years. Passing the CDL had placed me at another starting line. I had a license and the training. Grateful for the encouragement that had carried me through school, especially the social media channels I had been following. Even after finishing class, I kept watching. Not for entertainment, but to learn about the business of trucking, what it meant to run it as more than just a job, and the different paths drivers could take. There was one trucker I followed who didn't fit the stereotype I had feared. That mattered more than I anticipated. Calm, practical, encouraging, a quiet presence even through a screen. Focused on helping people over 40, even women drivers. Those starting over after losing everything, whether it was divorce, bankruptcy, or simply using trucking to get back on their feet. He spoke with a clarity that felt rare, using trucking as a business, a tool, an avenue most wouldn't even consider. He talked about money honestly, without bravado, gentle in spirit, firm in his manner. I watched a lot about the trucking industry, how to take the test, what kind of trucking existed, and all the different avenues. His calm and practical advice stood out in a sea of opinions. He spoke honestly about rebuilding after setbacks and using trucking to regain a footing in life. Eventually, I discovered his name was Red. I did not know him personally, and I did not expect him to notice me. One day, I sent a message sharing a bit about my story, that I had just finished CDL school, and thanking him for the encouragement. His channel had been a lifeline. To my surprise, he replied, "I had thought my message would vanish, without a response. His message asked sincerely if his channel could feature my story to help others considering trucking. The first reaction hit a hard no. Too much had happened already. He remained a stranger, his channel just a screen, and the world behind social media felt untrustworthy. Being seen was the last thing on my mind. All that mattered to me was to be left alone. I stared at that message for 4 days. Every time I thought about replying, doubt and fear held me back. What if I sounded foolish? What if the world behind the screen was exactly what I had feared? Every day I opened the app, looked at the message, tried to delete it, but closed it again. The decision weighed on me, refusing to let me forget it. But the still, small nudge returned. It was not pressure, not urgency, just the same fixed pull I had felt at several crossroads already. Even in my brokenness, I knew this much. If sharing my story could help even one person get back on their feet, then it would be worth it. So with hesitation, I opened myself up and finally replied, not really sure where any of it would go. A couple of messages later, I sat cross-legged on the bed in the small bedroom in my dear friend's house. Laptop in front of me, waiting for Red to call so we could talk live. The evening light in the room had softened into that dim hour when the day feels like it is slowly folding in on itself. I was nervous about sharing my story, but I also felt compelled to do it. Encouraging someone else mattered more than keeping to myself. When we started the interview, I stayed guarded. That was instinct by then. I did not know this man beyond a screen and a few videos, and being careful felt wise and necessary. As the conversation unfolded, I began to notice a calm in him that surprised me. It was not something he tried to create. It was simply there. His questions were precise and measured, and he never pushed or pried. Nothing in the conversation felt staged or designed for effect. I was not being handled or pulled apart for content. I felt understood. Speaking with him had a clarity I had not expected. I found myself explaining details I usually held back. The ease was real, not forced, and it changed the way I approached the story I wanted to tell. As we talked about my marriage with TJ and the wife I had been, I spoke honestly, letting thoughts surface without rehearsing them first. And then he said something that stayed with me. He spoke about the relationship TJ and I had built, not just as husband and wife, but as friends, partners, and companions who strengthened each other simply by being together. He spoke about how rare that kind of partnership can be, especially for men who carry the weight of the world without saying a word. He described that most men want to return home to someone who recharges their spirit with no need to hold them up, someone who balances them simply by being present. Hearing that in that clear and even tone, I felt the weight of memory without it crushing me. I realized how much I had missed the simple company of another person, the kind of companionship that does not rely on dependence or rescue, but quietly strengthens both people as they spend time together. There was a perseverance in the conversation that made it easier to speak about a life that still felt fragile in my hands. We eventually shifted toward trucking. Red did not talk about it as if it were just another job. Instead, he presented it as a means, a way to build independence while living a life that remained in travel. The industry came across in a practical, honest way that cut through the noise I had been sorting through online. Mistakes people make, opportunities that exist, and ways trucking could become a stepping stone towards stability all came into focus. As he spoke, the path I had stepped onto made a little more sense. The work went beyond trucks, routes, or money. The focus rested on building something solid while still living a life that allowed independence and space to breathe. This approach mirrored the way I had lived overseas, but anchored it in something sustainable. When the interview ended, I closed the laptop and sat still for a while on the bed. The surrounding house had already settled into evening silence. I felt tired in the way that comes after speaking honestly, but underneath that exhaustion was something stable. Peace. Knowing that this path, with all its unknowns, felt right. No rush, no pressure to have everything figured out, just the comfort of being in a place where choices made sense and life felt aligned with who I was becoming. At one point, I caught myself wondering about Red in the most ordinary way. The handsome man with long striking red hair and his rugged beard. There was nothing romantic in my thinking. It was more curiosity. I wondered about his life, whether he was married or not, whether someone waited for him at home. I imagined him on the road, the cab of his truck, the hours of driving, shaping his days, the routines that made up a life most people never saw. Questions ran through my mind without urgency, just noticing who he was in the life he had built behind the wheel. I assumed I would probably never speak to him again. The interview felt like a single moment, a brief crossing of paths on a much larger road I was still trying to navigate. But I also felt inspired in a way that lingered long after the screen went dark. My story was hard to share, yet I left the call with a quiet sense of purpose. There was relief in knowing I was not completely alone in trying to figure out how to rebuild a life that had come apart so suddenly. You need at least a year behind the wheel just to understand the business and the industry, the layers and different paths, with endless options in trucking, oilfield hauling, dry van, reefer, hazmat, tanker, fuel, regional routes, local routes, over the road, long hauls. Each lane carries its own pace, its own risks, and its own rewards. One thing I had learned from watching all those videos was simple. Red always said that experience on the road mattered more than anything else. The steering wheel would show you what suited you, but the only way to figure it out was to get time behind the wheel and learn from it. I was putting out applications to all types of companies, but I still felt uncertain. Part of Red's channel was guidance and coaching. He talked openly about which companies had powerful training programs and which ones burned drivers out. I had several applications submitted, but one company stood out. Based in Missouri, it promised training across multiple freight types: flatbed, reefer, dry van, possibly tanker. It offered an over-the-road experience with numerous miles and faster learning. By then, my decision was made. The next steps felt automatic, moving from one small task to the next. There was no fanfare or excitement, just the work of getting ready and committing to the path I had chosen. I was thinking through schedules and packing lists when the phone rang. It was Red. He offered to train me himself. That caught me completely off guard. He wanted to guide me through the first steps and make sure I got real experience behind the wheel. But there was a condition. He had time off coming up and needed to run personal errands across several states. He suggested I travel with him first, in a regular vehicle, before any formal training began. It was not a driving instruction yet, it was a trial run. A way to see how we handled long travel days, stress, silence, and problem solving together. A chance to meet in real life before stepping into the confined space of a truck. Because once you climb into a sleeper cab together, there is nowhere to disappear to. A sleeper is roughly 10 by 8 feet. That becomes your entire environment. A bunk, a small refrigerator, limited storage for clothing and food. You live, work, and rest inside the small cab. Every mood, every habit, every reaction eventually surfaces. Once we had traveled cross-country in a regular vehicle, Red's plan for the semi-truck was direct. He would start by training me while I drove, coaching from the passenger seat. Then we would start at what drivers call super solo, where I would run most of the miles while he continued to supervise. Eventually, if everything worked, it would lead to full team driving together. One driver runs while the other rests in the bunk, trusting the person behind the wheel. Trust is not optional in that environment. You handle each other's safety, literally. In my missions journey through difficult seasons and decisions, I had learned the value of wise counsel. There is meaning in listening to people who care about you, weighing their advice and reflecting on it. But in the end, every major decision requires personal application. It is in my hands. No one else experiences the consequences for me. On paper, Red's idea made sense. It was efficient, offered hands-on training, and came from someone who understood the industry in ways I was only beginning to grasp. But the reality of it hit me quickly. I would travel across the country with a man I barely knew outside of conversations and videos. It was work that would challenge me and a career that could open doors I had not imagined. The opportunity promised real experience, a chance to prove myself on the road, and build skills I had only watched others develop. Still, I did not fully trust myself in that season. My judgment felt bruised from everything I had just survived, and every decision carried a weight I was still learning to bear. So I asked friends for their opinions. That should have been normal for most people, but for me, it was unusual. I had always been someone who listened inward first. Grief had shaken my confidence in my own instincts, and I let their caution carry more weight than my own judgment. When I told Red that I was unsure and that people close to me were advising against it, his tone shifted. He became frustrated and more direct, pressing me on why I was letting other voices decide for me. I tried to explain, but the more I spoke, the sharper he became. Then he called the plan off. That moment forced something in me to shift. I realized that the next decision had to belong entirely to me. If it worked, it was mine. If it failed, it was still mine. There was a strange clarity in that moment. Red got snippy with me, pressing hard and cutting through all the hesitation I had been holding on to. I didn't care about what other people thought anymore. His bluntness forced a decision I had been avoiding. I told him it was okay. From that point on, I would make decisions for myself. He stayed frustrated, but he respected it. I had lost nearly everything by then, in a way that loosened the hold of other people's expectations. Somewhere in the wreckage, I felt parts of myself standing back up again, stronger and more certain. Missouri would be the first stop. I packed my things and prepared to leave. The plan was simple: learn the industry step by step, as most new drivers do. Take each lesson on the road, navigate the miles, and figure out the work by doing it, rather than just watching or reading about it. The thought of starting alone brought a knot of tension, but it also carried a strange excitement. Resurrection Sunday was the day I left Texas. I packed my old pickup with a few bags and camping gear. Everything I owned fit easily into the truck. The holiday itself no longer carried the weight it once had for me. Modern holidays often sit layered over older traditions, rebranded and renamed through time. Still, of all days, this one marked my leaving. I climbed into the truck and pointed north, toward Missouri. The company's major terminal sat inside a busy city that never felt entirely safe. Orientation blurred into paperwork, safety videos, and policy training. Once that was done, I was placed into a holding pattern, waiting for a trainer. At first, I requested a female trainer, thinking it might feel easier to learn. I just wanted to be paired and get on the road. A week passed with no response. I requested again, this time asking for a male trainer hoping there might be more available. I hesitated because a male trainer felt more intimidating, but this was business, and professionalism mattered more than comfort. Another week passed. Still nothing. My Ford truck sat hours away with friends. I had left it intentionally, thinking that once I went out on the road, I wouldn't want anything tying me back to one location. I carried one duffel bag and a backpack, everything I needed for the start of this journey. Nothing else required me. No obligations were waiting, and I had no safety net. I was free in a way I hadn't been for years, carrying only what I needed, and ready to take the next step. Days stretched, then weeks. The hotel room felt less like temporary housing and more like a stalled life. I sat inside that space, with a stillness pressing in around me. Waiting has never been something I do well. The lack of direction felt like standing in front of a brick wall, unable to keep going and unable to return to what existed before. Rumors and conversations floated through the terminal, grasping at 6 weeks, maybe 8, to wait for a trainer. It felt as if time itself had paused. During that stretch, Red checked in occasionally. Our connection had started months earlier through that live video interview, and although we had never met in person, he understood the trucking world in a way very few people in my life did. Our conversations were simple, and somewhere during those weeks of waiting, I relaxed in a way I hadn't expected. I still guarded my story and tried to understand it myself, but talking to him felt easy and safe in a way that didn't demand explanation. There was a calmness to his presence over the phone. Someone was with me in the waiting room. While I sat waiting for a trainer who never came, Red spoke openly about wanting to team drive with a woman someday, not casually, and not as a convenience, but as a way to share the long hours on the road, watch the sunrise over empty highways, handle the challenges of traffic and deliveries together, and experience the freedom of moving from place to place with someone who appreciated the work and the nomadic journey as much as he did. I had learned enough through our conversations about him to understand that his faith looked different from mine. He believed in God, in direction and purpose, but his path had moved through seasons he described as being lost in the weeds. My background came from the mission field in Asia, where the work involved risk and the stakes were high. That life demanded a disciplined, black and white approach with immediate accountability and clear alignment with God. We were shaped by different roads and different lessons, two people walking separate paths, yet guided by the same faith, each navigating the world around us in our own way. What we shared, though, was a desire to live honestly in whatever direction God placed in front of us. It was something each of us had formed with our own conviction about how life should be lived. He spoke of his path and the lessons that had shaped him, and I spoke of mine. Both of us approached life in this way, guided by faith and a sense of purpose, each walking our own road while holding to the same principle. Around that same time, Red had fasted for 10 days. He later told me he had done it seeking clarity, trying to quiet everything around him, long enough to hear what direction his life should take next, after walking in his own weeds and chaos. On the last day of that fast, a close friend called him unexpectedly, telling him he had been on his heart and in his prayers. That call shifted something inside him. I called him later that same day, knowing none of what had happened on his end. I still sat in uncertainty, still waiting, still feeling like I had paused my life in a hallway with no open doors. During the conversation, Red mentioned again that I could always come train with him. He had said it before, but this time something settled differently inside me. I knew I needed to answer honestly. I was the one who leaned into it. It wasn't the first time in my life I had recognized something and stepped toward it. He had caught my attention during our first interview. not in a romantic way, just an awareness that had stayed with me. I hadn't taken our conversations lightly. During those weeks of waiting, I structured my days around reflection, prayer, and long stretches of thinking about what direction my life was meant to take next. Somewhere in that stillness, a sense of peace settled over the road that seemed to open. I have always been that way. When I recognize something in my spirit, I do not circle it endlessly. When the time is right, I pursue it. We approached the conversation carefully, placing everything on the table without pretense. I told him plainly that if we met and the spiritual connection we had spoken about aligned with real life, I believed there was a possibility we could become something more. If it did not, nothing would change professionally. He said he would still train me regardless. I would never have held him to that promise, but it mattered that he offered it. There was also something I needed to make absolutely clear. The trucking lifestyle leaves little room for blurred lines. Close quarters and long stretches of time together require honesty and boundaries. I believed in commitment before crossing certain lines, not out of rule keeping, but out of covenant. That was not negotiable for me. By even having the conversation, I understood I was asking a man to consider something serious. No casual dating or grey lines. It was simply how I lived and what I believed protected something sacred between two people. Red respected that without hesitation. His company operated out of Idaho, a smaller operation compared to the larger carriers. The only obstacle left was insurance approval. New drivers represent risk, and insurance companies rarely welcome that risk. I was completely stalled, waiting for something beyond my control. Once again, I waited, though this time the wait was shorter than I expected. The insurance was cleared, and I was approved to join his truck as a trainee. Before sunrise, one morning, I left the hotel room that had grown stale with uncertainty. I carried my backpack and duffel bag down the hallway, walked outside, and headed toward the airport. There was no ceremony in leaving, no final glance back, just the quiet motion of moving toward the next chapter. Flying northwest, I felt a sense of relief and possibility. Leaving Missouri for Idaho meant heading toward a part of America I loved, toward the open road and a life I had been inching toward for months. My chest felt lighter than it had in years. The feeling was measured and certain. Hope and purpose melded together, and I was not chasing anything anymore. I was simply stepping through the door that had opened. Chapter 11. My Red. My plane arrived mid-morning in Idaho, and with it came a sense of returning to a place I had always held dear. The American West had long resonated with me. Its untamed openness, mountains and rivers, giving way to wide country that stretched into long, unbroken horizons, reminded me of the regions I had loved in Asia, along with the cold, brutal winters, followed by beautiful springs, blazing summers, and true autumns. Seasons mattered there. Space mattered. Fewer people. Stepping onto the ground felt less like arriving somewhere new and more like being recognized by the land itself. I was picked up from the airport and drove through a brief orientation of the area. We stopped for the DOT drug test and handled the formalities. Afterward, I was taken to a hotel to rest for the afternoon and wait for Red to arrive. The hotel sat on the same lot as the truck stop, close enough to smell diesel and hear engines moving in and out. That evening, Red phoned to inform me he had arrived and was pulling into the truck stop. He would meet me as soon as he parked his tractor and trailer. I walked out of the hotel toward the meeting area, scanning the rows of trucks and trailers, knowing he was doing the same. We spotted each other from a distance at almost the same moment. There was no hesitation, just recognition. The kind that happens before words or introductions. He was tall, broad through the shoulders, standing with a stillness that made him easy to identify. There was a restful authority about him, not loud or forced, just settled. He carried himself like someone who knew what he was doing and didn't need to explain it. There was strength there, but something balanced, almost disarming. Tough and gentle, existing in the same space. There was no place in me for emotional wandering or romantic ideas. I wasn't there for that. This was practical. We had talked. We had plans. Now it was time to see if those conversations translated into real life. When we closed the distance between us, the moment held a slight awkwardness, the natural kind that comes when two people step from conversation into a shared environment for the first time. But it also felt safe, businesslike, with an unspoken question hovering between us. I don't remember if we shook hands or simply acknowledged each other with a nod or a wave. What I remember is him placing his hand lightly behind my back as we turned to walk. Later, Red told me he considered himself good at reading people. He said when we first met, he couldn't read me at all. There was nothing for him to read. The walls were up, clean and solid. I wasn't hiding something. I was protecting what little stability I had left. The parking lot stayed alive around us. Trucks shifting gears, drivers climbing down from cabs after long hauls, people drifting between the fuel island, the store, and the hotel. By the time I met Red in real life, I was still spinning. That is the only word that fits. I took one step at a time because stopping felt dangerous. If I stopped, I was afraid everything I had been holding together would finally come apart. Inside, the battlefield had never actually gone. I had just learned how to hide the noise. It was late evening when Red asked if I wanted to see the truck before shutting down for the night. I climbed into the passenger seat. He lived simply. A truck's interior space requires careful measurement, and even a little clutter quickly turns into chaos. Seeing how little I had brought settled something in him. It also said something about me before I spoke a word. I was used to living lean. Life had stripped me down more than once already. The training trucks at school had been uniform, stripped, and staged for learning. I had no real understanding of what living inside one actually looked like. I studied everything with curiosity. The sleeper area was warm and surprisingly comfortable. The bedding was folded and tucked carefully, showing attention to detail. The pillows had clearly traveled thousands of miles, softened and shaped by constant use. Coffee cups sat ready on a small ledge, a microwave rested neatly in its spot, and clothing was stored in tight, practical spaces that made the most of every inch. It was not decorated or personalized in any obvious way, but it was lived in, tidy, and uncluttered. The space felt calm rather than cramped because everything had a place and purpose. Red moved through it with ease, explaining how everything worked and how daily life on the road shaped itself. He was organized and particular, but relaxed in the routine. Methodical and self-contained, he kept only what was necessary, and each item had a role. The truck reflected him. Nothing wasted, no excess clutter, no unnecessary items crowding the small space. Everything was arranged to serve its function efficiently and to make life on the road manageable. I walked into the entire situation, expecting everything and nothing all at once, finding myself suspended in the middle, stepping from a shattered life into one that had not yet taken shape. I was still adjusting to the violent shift from familiarity to the complete unknown. Instinct and intuition carried me more than emotion did. We sat there together talking in short, practical conversation while both of us studied each other. That was our nature, observing first, deciding later. Red would tell me afterward that he reached a point where he simply moved things along. He needed to know if I was going to be his trainee or something more, or if I would disappear back into my world. I sat facing frontward, analysing everything around me. The sounds of trucks moving through the lot, air brakes releasing, doors slamming. Diesel engines idling in long mechanical conversations. Survival mode was still the only setting my body recognized. Grief was raw beneath layers of control. I was still moving through life, painted for war, armor strapped on so tightly, it felt like part of my skin. Inside, I was screaming for the other side of it, for safety and rest, for someone to see past the blankness and know I was fighting for my life under the surface. Then the atmosphere shifted. There was a calm that settled in, a moment of comfort and reassurance that came without warning. I sat there holding that thought the way a soldier holds position when the guns suddenly go quiet. Face still neutral, no signal given, no white flag raised. My body stayed rigid, trained for impact, while inside everything was listening, waiting, braced for the next strike or the next command. I didn't lean toward him or away from him. I didn't know how to lower my guard without dropping it completely, and I wasn't sure I would survive that. And then, without warning, Red leaned over and kissed me. There was no dramatic build-up. The kiss was intentional, measured, and deliberate. It was not rushed or careless, and it lingered long enough to feel real, long enough to express something neither of us had found words for yet. Something inside me gave way instantly. It felt like battle gear falling to the ground all at once. I dropped my sword. For the first time since losing everything, I forgot to stand ready for impact. I remembered I was still a woman. The war inside me had not healed. But in that moment, it eased enough for me to breathe without bracing for the next strike. I did not feel rescued. That was never what I needed. I felt protected, held in a way that allowed me to stop fighting long enough to simply exist. I had missed that more than I had ever admitted, even to myself. It was not just physical closeness, it was a presence, the kind that lets you put weight down without fear that everything will collapse while your hands are empty. I had craved that without knowing how deeply it had settled into me. Red was still a stranger, but a voice inside my spirit, the one that had guided me through every hard decision of my life, spoke clearly then. It was quiet, carrying no emotion, yet its message was unmistakable. It said, "Trust this." That voice had rarely led me astray when I took the time to listen. Years of prayer, reflection, and hard-earned experience had shaped it into something reliable. I followed it the only way I knew how to. I sat there, uncertain of what came next, yet aware that something fundamental had shifted. For a fleeting moment, I let myself want something simple. I wanted care without negotiation, and rest without earning it, desiring a space to set down the weight I had carried for so long. I imagined standing beside Red, grounded, strong enough to match my strength without competing with it. He did not control, correct, or try to fix me, but he could hold his ground and allow me to hold mine. It was late, but we still needed to prepare for the next day. A load was scheduled for pickup early in the morning, and both of us understood what that meant. Red had already driven and worked a 14-hour shift, arriving on fumes, yet moving through everything with focus and precision. Work came first, and there was no time to waste. We both naturally operated with discipline and deliberate intention, making each decision count. Red walked me to the hotel lobby, already carrying the sense that he might come inside with me. I could feel it. I could feel how easy it would be to say yes. That kiss stayed with me. Standing there in the hallway, everything in me wanted to invite him in, to disappear into rest, into warmth, into being held, to relax, to simply enjoy the presence of another human being. What I missed after losing my married life was never just touching. It was a presence, a shared space, and intimacy. I missed love, the feeling of skin on skin, but it ran deeper than that. It was the sense of becoming one with another person in every aspect of life, letting every defense fall and simply existing together. I had waited before and remained single long into my 30s. Once married, I loved that life. If distraction had been what I wanted, it was always available. One night, answers to long questions are simple to find. That was never the ache. What I missed was oneness inside the safety of marriage, the holy shelter it creates, a place where two people lay down their defenses and choose each other over themselves. That was why I said no firmly, even though I desperately wanted to say yes. I could feel the pull, the longing, but I knew it was not the right time. Red respected my decision without question. He returned to his truck, leaving me with a quiet space to process my own thoughts. We said goodnight and met again the next morning. And so we both lived life, with training bleeding straight into work. Our days stretched long, 12 hours at a time, every day. When training ended, we split the clock between us. 12 hours were mine, 12 hours his. I drove through the daylight, navigating the miles, and learning the flow of the road, while Red drove at night, keeping the truck moving under the stars and the quiet hum of the highway. About half the time, it looked exactly like that. Our changeovers floated between early morning and late afternoon, depending on how the miles stacked up. We crossed paths without ever really stopping, passing each other through the narrow space of the cab. The curtain shifted and the bunk creaked. The drivers and passenger seats traded places. A nod and a handoff passed between us as we settled into our shifts, coffee still warm beside us. The truck never really slept, moving steadily through the night and into the day while we rotated behind the wheel. The other half of the time, we stole an hour or two together. Red might wake, coffee in hand, waiting for my clock to catch up. Or I would wake early and sit in the passenger seat before my shift began. Sometimes at the end of my drive, I stayed up front, eating an early evening meal, while Red eased into his night, an hour, maybe two, then back to the handoff. Sometimes we found a little extra time and grabbed food or walked the perimeter of a truck stop, just to feel human again. Most days, though, we ran the highways and the clock. Even fuel stops became choreography. One of us fueled while the other showered. Then we switched. The first time I showered, Red assumed I would take the usual half hour while he fueled the truck, wiped down the windows, and emptied the trash. I walked to the truck stop and into the bathroom area with the showers. By the time he turned around, I had already finished in 12 minutes. I returned ready to go, and the truck was fueled, cleaned, and checked, with every task accounted for. We climbed back in, coffee and snacks in hand, and rolled again. This kind of life suited me, and it suited him too. From our view behind the windshield, we rarely experienced the hardships other drivers talked about. Many spoke of long stretches away from home and the constant strain of living in a cab, the way the trucking life could demand more than it offered. For us, the ride provided a clear routine, a sense of momentum, and a purpose that came from mastering the truck and the miles with focus and skill. Our favorite runs were coast to coast. We planned roughly 48 hours in advance, mapping the route ahead between pick and drop points. By the time we reached the first stop, we already knew the miles, the traffic patterns, and the potential challenges that lay ahead for the next 2 days. Some routes seemed faster, saving time and effort, while others slowed progress and drained energy. Knowing the road in this way allowed us to avoid getting stuck in rush hour, time our arrivals into cities, and manage long stretches efficiently so the truck kept moving without unnecessary stops. The West Coast carried its own brand of chaos. Washington through Oregon into California, often becoming a slow-moving ribbon of brake lights. Los Angeles swallowed hours, regardless of arrival time. On the East Coast, turnpikes boxed us between concrete walls and narrow lanes, while cars rushed past as if trucks obeyed different laws of physics. Posted speeds mocked reality until another truck roared by and proved them possible. Wyoming offered the opposite in wind, open space, and long reminders of how small 80,000 pounds can feel when nature decides otherwise. There were calmer stretches too. Running north or south of Las Vegas, the neon dissolved into the desert. Heat climbed through the cab during the day and drained into endless darkness at night, where stars pressed close enough to feel reachable. I preferred those roads, constantly weighing time against distance and against speed. We learned quickly that interstate mountain passes demanded respect, preparation, and patience, especially in winter. We never crossed them casually. Chains were ready. We studied the weather. We topped off the fuel. Food, water, and coffee were always in stock. If a pass indicated we had finished moving for the day, we accepted it without argument. Donner Pass taught humility. We had waited on the eastern side of the pass, watching the forecast like gamblers studying odds, before deciding to make a run for it. Snow chased us in. We chained up in darkness, heavy links freezing our fingers, breath burning our lungs. Traffic disappeared. That was when we realized we were the only ones still moving. Somewhere behind us, the highway closed. We drove for hours with 0 other vehicles in sight. Later, chains clanking, frozen snow and ice against asphalt, we reached a line of parked vehicles. Closed ahead too. There was nowhere to go. We shut down where we sat, just another truck grounded by the mountain. For us, that never felt like defeat. It was simply part of the agreement you make with winter roads. We climbed behind the curtain into what we jokingly called the snuggle bunk, a narrow sleeper that somehow held warmth, exhaustion, and comfort all at once. We always carried everything we needed: water, snacks, coffee, blankets, and each other. Outside, the storm decided. Inside, we rested and waited. At first light, the highway patrol knocked on doors and waved us ahead. We rolled on as if nothing had happened. The COVID-19 pandemic changed everything. Sometimes we ran legally exempt from standard driving limits. More hours meant more miles. More miles meant more money. Red began teaching me the business behind the wheel, with rates, timing, leverage, and strategy. He showed me how freight moved and how money moved with it. We were building something. We thrived on the nomadic life, minimal living, hard work, a willingness to do what others didn't want to do or couldn't do, and that is where opportunity lived. Then, just like that, after only a few months into our journey, we got married. There was no build-up and no long planning. We took a route through Las Vegas and decided it was as good a place as any to make it official. The simplicity made sense to us, and it fit the way we were living at that moment. We parked the truck at a casino hotel, rented a limo, and drove straight to a chapel that offered drive-through weddings. We wore t-shirts, shorts, and flip-flops, and there was no crowd, no ceremony, no expectations beyond the two of us standing together. In that quiet, unassuming way, we made a commitment that felt entirely ours, wrapped in laughter, ease, and a sense of shared purpose. That evening, the limo took us out to the dam outside the city. We skipped the tourist walk. We just stood there, watching the sun set behind the mountains, light softening across the water in a way Las Vegas rarely allows. It was never about ceremony. There were no relatives and no audience. It was simply about choosing each other, clean and uncomplicated. The next day, we picked up a load and rolled out. All my life, I had survived on the bare minimum. I had traveled the world, which felt like its own success. But financially, I rarely held more than what carried me to the next month. I hesitate to call it poverty, but it lived close enough to be recognized. I carried a quiet fear about the future and what it might look like in years to come. I often imagined myself working long past retirement simply because there would be no other option. In my mind, I pictured ending up in my 80s as a greeter at one of the big department supermarkets, smiling at strangers while leaning on a cart for balance, and hoping my shift ended before my knees did. When I entered trucking, my expectations were far simpler. I only hoped life might become a little easier to manage. Wealth never crossed my mind, and the idea of earning 6 figures felt far beyond anything I imagined for myself. Red did far more than teach me how to drive. He introduced me to new ways of thinking about business and money. Before trucking, Red had built and lost success, a self-made millionaire undone by the 2008 crash. He rebuilt from nothing more than once. By the time I met him, he carried both confidence and caution, earned the hard way. Red added me to his credit cards as soon as we had met, not out of generosity, but strategy. He knew credit meant opportunity. He taught me to build it fast and use it wisely. We shared a similar philosophy about finances and partnership. We believed marriage meant combining resources into one shared foundation, one bucket, one plan. We saved together. We spent together on what mattered or what was necessary. Neither of us asked permission to spend money, but we both understood the consequences of careless decisions. That mutual responsibility created mutual trust without restriction. It was never about control, it was about alignment. One night, I suddenly became ill and had to pull onto a dark shoulder while traffic roared past. Red stepped out with me and held his jacket up like a shield while I tried to recover beside the truck. When we climbed back into the cab, the tension broke and we both started laughing. The jacket he had been using as protection was neon yellow and brilliantly reflective. If anything, it had probably announced our situation to every driver on the highway more clearly than a billboard. Life inside a space that's small tends to magnify everything. A simple disagreement can feel large in the moment, yet it rarely lasts because there is nowhere to carry it and nowhere to hide from each other for long. Living in a truck means you either learn to talk things through or you spend the next 1,000 miles sitting in stubborn silence, which neither of us had much patience for. Red and I were not naturally calm, people who glided through conflict. We were more like fire and ice, each pushing hard in our own direction until the tension finally settled and common sense returned. Most of the time, that meant a blunt conversation, a long stretch of driving, and eventually someone making a dry comment that broke the mood and reminded us how ridiculous the argument had been in the first place. In a strange way, the tight space forced honesty. There was no dramatic exit, no separate rooms, and no chance to nurse a grudge for days. By the time the next fuel stop came around, we usually found ourselves laughing again, because sharing a truck across thousands of miles leaves very little room for pride and far more room for learning how to live with each other. Then perimenopause arrived, without invitation and without any interest in my schedule. Hot flashes showed up in cold mountain passes. Night sweats turned the sleeper into a damp cave, and my body began changing its rules without bothering to explain them. Some days, my joints ached, my mood swung wider than I expected, and my cycle lost any sense of predictability. On top of that, my system seemed to rebel in other uncomfortable ways that made long stretches between truck stops feel like poor planning. It felt as if my body had decided to renegotiate every agreement we had made over the years. All of it came at the same time. I was asking that same body to manage 80,000 pounds of truck and freight, shifting weather systems, tight delivery windows, and the daily work of building a relationship with Red inside a moving space the size of a closet. Grief was still working through its own unfinished business somewhere in the background, appearing at odd moments when I thought I had already made peace with it. My system eventually slowed down in ways I did not fully understand at the time. I lost weight and leaned out more than I expected, which probably had as much to do with stress as anything else. I did not think of it as good or bad in the moment. It simply felt like life arriving all at once, and I handled it the only way I knew how, by putting my head down and getting on with it. One afternoon, something inside me broke open without warning. I could not point to a single cause. It may have been nothing specific, or it may have been the accumulation of everything that had come before. Survival, loss, and rebuilding had carried me along without leaving much room to sit still and absorb any of it. We had parked early at a truck stop while waiting for our delivery window. I sat alone in the driver's seat, watching trucks come and go through the lot, while Red rested behind the curtain, preparing for the night shift. The cab was quiet in that late afternoon lull, the kind of still moment that rarely happens on the road. Then grief rose from somewhere deep and buried inside me. It arrived suddenly and without restraint, first as that familiar sound from deep in my chest, and then as heaving sobs that demanded space to come out. Red did not try to fix it because there was nothing to fix. He stayed where he was behind the curtain and let the moment exist without interruption. For me, that quiet restraint mattered more than words would have. Knowing he was there, occupying the other half of the truck, gave me the safety to let the storm pass and the time to breathe through something that had been waiting a long while to surface. Somewhere in the middle of those months, we took a long weekend off. It was nothing elaborate, just a pause in the miles and a chance to step away from the steady routine of pickups, deliveries, and fuel stops. By then, Red and I had already simplified our lives even further. We had sold both of our personal vehicles and reduced what we owned to what could travel with us. During training, I had kept TJ's ashes in my pickup truck, resting in a small wooden box that followed in tow wherever I went. When the time came to bring my things into the truck, Red did not hesitate. He simply told me to bring them with us. There was no long conversation about it and no attempt to make the moment heavier than it already was. He understood what that box represented and treated it with quiet respect, making space for it in the small world we were building inside the cab. Red met every chapter of my past without flinching. He stepped into my present without trying to rewrite it. I think most men would struggle to understand or navigate loving a woman who was still a widow, still grieving, while building a new career and life beside someone else. Parts of my life, before and after, had blended together in ways that could have been uncomfortable or complicated. Red never treated it that way. He gave me space when I needed it while standing beside me. When he told me to bring the ashes, there was no pause or any discomfort. I have always believed that we return the body to the earth, not out of sentimentality, but out of stewardship. When the time came, Red walked with me into the mountains of Idaho and stopped exactly where I asked him to stop. The air was clean, and the land stretched wide in every direction, quiet in a way that made the moment feel settled and certain. He stood beside me for a moment and then stepped back when I walked on a little further. The scattering itself was mine to do, and it felt right that way. Final in a way that did not feel harsh, but complete. Idaho felt like a place TJ would have loved. The land was vast and fertile, with open sky and deep stretches of wilderness that invited a person to pause and slow down. The outdoors had always been where he found peace when the rest of the world grew loud and demanding. Leaving him there made sense to me. Red never intruded on that moment or tried to shape it into something else. He simply remained nearby, standing on the ground behind me and sharing the quiet of that place while I said goodbye in my own way. When I walked back to him, I knew that chapter of my life had reached its close, and the weight I carried seemed a little easier. During that same weekend, I showed Red photos and videos from my years in Asia. Until then, those stories had lived mostly in words, pieces of a life he had heard about, but had never seen with his own eyes. As we sat together going through them one by one, he began to see the places, the people, and the version of me that had lived there for so many years. It became a quiet moment of release for me, and also the moment when Red met the full history of my heart, the woman he had married. We ran hard for just under 2 years. During that time, the trucking industry itself began to shift beneath our feet. The lanes that had once built our success started to change, and the patterns we had learned so well no longer carried the same reliability. The pandemic slowly edged towards something resembling normal life again, yet the industry we had come to understand no longer felt quite the same. We tried to roll with those changes, the only way we knew how. We studied routes, adjusted plans, and searched for new lanes that might carry the same promise the old ones once had. Still, every direction felt like a slow roll toward a stop sign. The work continued, but the momentum we once relied on had thinned and seemed to test our patience as much as our skill. Through all of it, Red remained beside me while I built a future I had never believed was possible for myself. Life on the road measured time in miles, fuel stops, and delivery windows. Yet within all that constant motion, he became the one place where I no longer felt like I was passing through. Somewhere in the middle of all those miles, Red, the businessman and truck driver, became something far more personal to me. He became my Red. Chapter 12. Peace enough to rest. We had circled back into Idaho, landing barely not far from where we had first met. At the truck stop, sitting in the cab with coffee between us, we talked the way we always did. It was as though our spirits had known each other for eternity. As we talked through the business and the direction ahead, the idea surfaced naturally. Completely in sync, we both voiced that we should take a couple of months off, with no need to convince each other of anything. A tremendous peace filled the cab. Red had found a place in my heart and reached into the spinning. He held on with a strength that anchored me, enough to keep me from drifting into the chaos of everything I had carried alone, and yet gentle enough to hold me without breaking me. He met me in the turbulence of my heart, in the trauma of loss that had twisted through my life, and somehow made it feel safe to lean, to fall, to be. Meeting him was like finding the axis around which I could rotate without fear, spinning but not tumbling, moving but not shattering. His hands, firm yet tender, seemed to know exactly how much pressure to apply. He has always known when to push, when to hold, and when to simply match my pace. In that balance, I discovered a trust I hadn't dared to hope for before. With him, my edges softened without disappearing. My fears loosened without vanishing, and I realized that love could simply keep me safe. We decided on Wyoming for the winter months ahead, and then land in sunny, but not too hot, Florida for the new year. We pulled out of Idaho and headed into Wyoming. We found a simple place to stay and returned the rental car. Good food filled the table, yet we kept our plans light, and our days felt full. Being together without an agenda created its own kind of fullness. We slept when we wanted, took long walks simply because we could, rode bikes when the mood struck, wandered through the extensive park near where we stayed. Cold air brushed our faces, gentler somehow, because no winter roads demanded our focus. Each morning unfolded slowly, and we let it. There was one park we kept going back to. The park had sandy stretches and an enormous lake with a shoreline that looked almost like a beach. I had one last piece of my former life. Jedi's ashes traveled with the rest of our gear, and so we laid those down in the water, off that large lake. I believe Red came into my life for a reason, and I came into his. We weren't just a married couple sharing time. We were two people arriving at each other on purpose. Our lives intersected at a very specific moment. I've said we met on the road, but it was more than an analogy. It was my walk, and I know it was his too. Two lives brought together in a particular season, on a particular stretch of ground, meant only for that time. We headed south, down toward Florida. Leaving the snow and mountains of the west behind felt like shedding a weight, and the warmth ahead promised a change in pace. We arrived during the coldest stretch of the season, though the days stayed mild, rarely dropping below the 50s, and never climbing much past 70. Mornings were cool, afternoons pleasantly warm, and the evenings offered a cool air where you could relax and take in. A small balcony overlooked everything, and long hours passed there with coffee in hand. Sometimes we talked, sometimes we sat together in silence, letting the day go on without demand. Meals were good and simple, fueling us without fuss. Sleep came easily without alarms, and waking happened naturally when the morning felt ready. Mornings began on the beach, covering 6 to 10 miles before the heat settled in. Evening light drew us back outside for another walk. Almost every night, we caught the sunset together. Somewhere in the middle of those slow days, Red arranged for me to swim with dolphins, something I had always wanted to do. It felt like another gift of time, one more moment where the world asked nothing and gave generously instead. We laughed. In those moments together, we laughed freely. Sometimes we laughed uncontrollably, giggling with each other, stomachs aching and tears in our eyes. We laughed and filled life back into ourselves. I was healing. I was in a good place. Remembering back to that Resurrection Sunday drive, I was finally in a place of restoration and renewal. As our time off grew shorter, the edges of real life began to settle back into view. Not all at once, but gradually enough to remind us that decisions were waiting. We reached out, testing possibilities and feelers for the next opportunity. Owning our own trucking company meant that leasing on with another outfit could make sense. The freedom we had worked for still rested in our hands. We could choose who we worked with and how to run our business. Each option carried weight, but the control we had over the decisions reminded us why we had built this life in the first place. We looked down many avenues. On paper, plenty of it looked fine. But once we got into the details, there was always something that didn't sit right. The lanes weren't the ones we wanted to live in. Freight rates looked good until you dug deeper and saw how they really paid out. Scheduling that sounded flexible, but wasn't. Equipment expectations that didn't match how we maintained our truck. Team driving rules that felt rushed or careless. Nothing was wrong exactly, just not right. There was always a catch, some compromise tucked into the fine print. Amidst the changing trucking climate, one company based in Illinois stood out from the rest. The freight opportunities were stronger, the structure of the operation cleaner, and the usual red flags were minimal. Still, neither of us felt completely at ease. Something lingered, a quiet uncertainty that neither of us could shake. We reminded ourselves that the freight market itself was still finding its footing after the pandemic, and that much of the unease probably came from the larger shifts in the industry rather than anything specific about the company. On top of everything else, Red wasn't feeling right. It started the last week or so while in Florida. One evening, a little chilly, he went swimming. The water was probably around 50 degrees, give or take, cold, but not unbearable. Not for him. Red had swum his whole life. In another chapter of life, he'd surfed the East Coast in winter, full wetsuit, hood on with icicles, out there when most people wouldn't even step onto the sand. That was my Red. But as that last week rolled on, something didn't ease up. Nights became harder. He couldn't sleep well. Breathing felt labored when he lay down. We talked about it, but neither of us panicked. Florida was heavy with humidity, and it felt halfway between a battle with mold and a severe cold. Maybe a light flu, uncomfortable but manageable. When it came time to leave Florida, I thought back to that truck stop where we had first chosen to pause. The memory of that peace between us was still vivid and clear, how it had settled in the cab, unforced and complete. The choice then had felt right all the way through. This time was different, and there was an underlying current to pay attention to. We left Florida and headed toward Illinois and trusted the choice. The drive was long and uncomfortable. Red pushed through it the way he always did, moving with the kind of focus and grit that left little room for complaint. By the time we pulled into a hotel, it was clear something wasn't right. We didn't waste time. He ran straight to urgent care with the plan to get something that might help him breathe easier and finally rest. At the same time, he was trying to flip his body clock back from days to nights in preparation for driving the tractor trailer again, a schedule that left him running on near constant exhaustion. At urgent care, the staff ran their checks, observing the patterns in his heart and listening to his breathing. Then the tone shifted, sharp and unyielding. They told him that if they provided a sleeping pill, he might never wake up. His heart was out of rhythm, they said, erratic and failing. There were no soft edges, no easing into it. The words landed like concrete. They told us we needed to go immediately to the hospital and straight to the emergency room. Not too far away was a large Veterans Affairs hospital. Red was a former military officer and had served in the Air Force. Doctors rushed Red into the ER, his heart beating erratically, numbers climbing past 100 and not settling. They pumped him full of drugs. Red was going to be admitted, no debate about it. Then they found full-blown pneumonia on top of everything else. Hours passed in that grey space of blood draws, X-rays, water on the lungs, infection numbers, waiting for monitors to calm down enough to say he was stable. Somewhere in the middle of all that, Red needed to rest. We needed to wait and see what would happen. I needed to take care of where I was going to stay that evening. The VA hospital had housing on the premises for family members to stay while their loved ones were being treated. A nurse made a phone call for me. I went downstairs and met someone at the information desk. Then another person finally led me to the woman in charge of the VA house. She showed me a private room with its own bathroom. No cost, a place to land while Red was in the hospital. The house was large, with a shared kitchen and shared living spaces. A porch where you could sit and not talk if you didn't want to. I went for a long walk. The confusion came back hard. How could this be happening after such a good stretch? After laughter had finally found me again. We hadn't even been married 2 years. My body didn't wait for my thoughts to catch up. I knew this path and what it was to lose a husband. I knew how fast life could flip from ordinary to unbearable. And so my mind jumped there automatically, as if it had trained itself to do, already rehearsing the worst. But something was different this time. I noticed I wasn't collapsing inward the way I had before. Fear, or perhaps concern, was there. It was sharp and real, but it wasn't hollowing me out completely. I thought about the promise I'd made myself on the drive south, somewhere between Wyoming and Colorado, that one day I would laugh again. The laugh that bends you in half and proves you're still alive. And I realized I already had. Not despite this life, but within it, with this man, with my Red, my husband, and my home. The laughter didn't mean I was safe from loss. It meant I had learned how to live again anyway. That night did not break me open. Despair did not swallow me whole. Instead, I walked back to the house, sat in the quiet room, and grounded myself. That was the difference. Peace rose in the middle of the storm, a peace that made no sense, yet stood guard over my thoughts, and kept my heart from running ahead of me. I returned to the ER. They had transferred Red into a hospital room and admitted him for further observation. Staff released him about a week later. We stayed at the house for a couple of days afterward, catching our breath and making sure we lined up the follow-ups. They readmitted him 2 days after that. Most of the details blur together now, but he was back in for another week. When they released him the second time, it came with a stack of appointments, a long list of medication, and more questions than answers. None of it made sense. Just weeks earlier, Red and I had been walking strong 6 to 10 miles a day, and yet, looking back, I can see how Providence carried us, how provision showed up step by step, even in the chaos. The VA house became our anchor. Everything we needed was right there while we visited in and out of hospitals. Through tests and procedures and shifting theories, medications changed, and possibilities were ruled out. 3 months at the hospital, every day living in uncertainty. We never had to wonder where we would sleep or how we would manage. I'm still thankful for that system, for that care, for the miracle of having everything we needed when life was doing its best to undo us. Red was stable, worn out and worn down some, but stable. There were still more questions than answers, but this was the important part. It had been almost 3 months. At one appointment, Red asked the doctor to lay it out in plain terms. Surgery might help, it might not. Medication might work, it might fail. There were no guarantees either way. Red was thinking long term. From the beginning, he told me his job for me was to provide, protect, and prepare. So we decided not to wait for certainty, but to live our lives plainly. We purchased a house in Montana. Red wanted to make sure I had something solid under my feet again. He also wanted me to have a dog, a companion, and best friend. If we went back over the road trucking, I'd have a guard, my shadow, something loyal riding alongside me and with us as a pack. I have owned many dogs in my life, but I fell in love with the Asian Mastiff type mountain dogs, the dog that watches over his people with no need to prove anything. Big guardian dogs like that don't get up unless they absolutely have to. But when they do, you'd better not be in the way of them or their family. The Akita breed comes from the mountains of Asia, originally reared to hunt big game and bears. Nearly wiped out during World War II, the breed survived and carried a reputation for fearlessness and loyalty. They are courageous and dignified, with a presence that commands attention. Strong-willed, they are not a dog for just any owner. Highly intelligent and independent, an Akita does not so much belong to you as walk alongside you, sharing space, judgment, and quiet authority in equal measure. That character mirrored us in a surprising way. Red and I, independent and deliberate in our own paths, both recognized something familiar in the breed's blend of strength and discernment. Like us, an Akita moves with purpose, respects boundaries, and demands respect in return. It was a dog that fit naturally into the life we were building together, not by changing either of us, but by matching us. A few days before we would have left the hospital grounds and headed toward Montana, Red showed me a short video of one particular Akita. We both knew immediately. That was our guy. We reached out to his owners and learned that life had shifted suddenly for them. Work schedules changed, responsibilities piled up, and they could no longer give the time and structure a breed like an Akita requires. The timing worked out perfectly. It just so happened that we could pick him up along our route to Montana. Red had already named our Chewy for me. Our adopted Akita had been staying at a local doggy daycare several nights a week, shuffled back and forth, while his former owners tried to hold things together. It must have been heartbreaking for him. Akitas cannot handle that kind of uncertainty. They are an ancient, almost wolf-like breed, meant to guard, to anchor, to belong deeply to their people. To make it easier for everyone, we picked Chewy up directly from daycare. When we picked Chewy up, he walked straight to us, as if he had already decided. He climbed into the car and claimed the entire back seat. He was a 117-pound, big, gentle guy, head out the window, ears flapping wildly in the wind, completely unbothered, because we had another 1,000 miles ahead of us. He settled in fast, snoring between gas stops, happily sampling an impressive variety of truck stop snacks, and acting like he had always been part of our strange, mobile life. Chewy fitted right in with the truck driving lifestyle. Chewy became one of those rare blessings, a genuine part of our family and our pack. A protector, a guardian, a friend to both Red and me. He became Red's therapy wolf and my baby bear. All Red's dog, all my dog, all our dog. The three of us mirrored each other, a female, a male, and a doggy version. We were alike in spirit, self-contained, fiercely loyal, brave, and fully present, no matter the odds. Even amid chaos again, even with the constant threat of loss and uncertainty, that relationship remained familiar. The still, small presence within had walked every step of the way. Red stood beside me, my husband, our dog, our pack, just the three of us. Redemption returned, family returned. What grew around us was beautiful, a life built close to the bone and held together by choice. We moved to Montana. We enjoyed the brutal, deep Arctic, beautiful, cold winter, and the seasons that followed for a year. Chewy was in puppy heaven with all the freezing temperatures, walks every day, and being lavished with lovies. Red became semi-retired. We had other streams of passive and supplemental income, and our couple of months off turned into a year. We knew there was more out there, and even while managing health challenges, we refused to settle. Montana was changing, with more people moving in from out of state, too much tourism in the beautiful places, too busy, too much tax. We flipped the house and kept moving. Red has always been about business, about maximizing every opportunity. None of us has any guarantee of tomorrow. But Red understood that more than anyone. His goal was to set me up so that I would never have to worry about starting over. Because of him, I own my home. I will never have to fear losing the roof over my head. I can build a career on my own terms, working hard and keeping a schedule most wouldn't choose, and even make a six-figure income if I want. And I became an American. There are things I will never have to worry about again, and I am profoundly grateful for that. America offers a chance to rebuild, regardless of divorce, bankruptcy, job loss, or any other fresh start. That is the promise. When I stepped into trucking, I saw it clearly. The road does not care about your past. It rewards discipline, endurance, and skill. Effort translates directly into income. 6 figures is not a fantasy. It is a result. Red taught me that. He did not just show me how to shift gears or manage hours. He taught me how to see trucking as a vehicle for independence, a modern frontier with no guarantees or safety nets, just an opportunity for those willing to claim it. We often talked about the spirit of the early settlers, people who crossed oceans and plains with nothing but grit and the belief that land and labor could change their future. That spirit is still here. It lives in small businesses, in trades, on the open road. Red showed me how to build and how to take responsibility, how to turn freedom into structure. Trucking became the means, and hard work became the path. Through effort, I earned what so many call the American dream. With Red's guidance and my own determination, I built a home, a career, and a life I had never imagined possible, shaping each piece with intention and purpose along the way. We found a small house in South Dakota, a state with better tax benefits and a better quality of life for the expense. It was even more rural, a town of fewer than 200 people. Groceries and supplies were a 20 to 40 mile drive. Peaceful and in the middle of nowhere, the local post office holds our mail because the area is too rural for home delivery. Old school America, where you could probably leave your house unlocked and no one would bother you. Smiles, genuine care, and a sense of community felt like a piece of old America, where families gathered and apple pie was always on the table. We sorted out our little basin house. I feel like Red bought me a cute vacation-style cabin, a perfect cabin with a loft like the ones you see in places of escape and rest. Just the right size for our family of 3, all wood decorations, cozy and warm. I finally unpacked some of the few special pieces of artwork from Asia that I'd packed around for years. We couldn't just retire, and always thought we had more to do. We found a brilliant gig driving a full, extended cab-style, straight truck. It felt like RV living while getting paid to deliver packages. We had another great year running over the road, hauling freight across the states. Then Red and I both got a bad case of the flu. A hotel confined us for a week. For Red, though, it developed into doctor visits at the Veterans Affairs. More questions than answers once again. Red had been an officer in the Air Force, 2 Gulf Wars, multiple burn pits, every military base, now a toxic waste dump. Still more questions. That's when Red's health took a turn downward. We stopped. We came back to South Dakota. We have talked about life and about death. We have put everything on the table. I do not fear talking about what is in front of us. We are not sad. We can both say we have had and will have a tremendous and blessed life, regardless. Stunning South Dakota is the last stop for Red, and in my love to walk with him home, not just in this life, but toward the next. This is our little house. This is where we take slow drives around the parks in our town, sitting on the camp chairs while Chewy chases squirrels. Chewy even gets to wear his hunting orange jacket during hunting season, so he doesn't accidentally get mistaken for a large fluffy coyote or a small bear. Unrushed mornings, restful afternoons, evenings with no clock watching us. We have lakes and rivers, a myriad of water and sloping hills that roll on for miles. Radical acceptance does not mean pretending tragedy is beautiful. It means allowing pain to be what it is without letting it define or destroy you. It means grieving fully and still choosing to live. Trust without clarity, movement without guarantees, relationship instead of doctrine, presence instead of answers. Complaint and murmuring were never constant companions, but when they surfaced, I am learning to answer them with gratitude. I live knowing that nothing is permanent, that the love I have will cost me again. Red does not have endless years ahead of him. I know I only get anyone in my life for a short time, including myself. That knowledge does not make me afraid. It makes me honest. I no longer try to conquer life. I do not demand safety or permanence. I do not bargain for protection from loss. I live open-handed, living fully, loving fully, risking fully. Because when you have seen what I have seen, lost what I have lost, and still found peace in the wreckage, you stop asking why. You stop fighting life. You stop waiting for conditions to improve before you allow yourself to thrive. Unlike many who walk this earth, I also have hope. I scribbled this down on a piece of notepaper, somewhere between loss and redemption. I can firmly stand on the foundation that there is a place with no more tears, no death, no sorrow, no crying, and no more pain. I am a fighter and a lover. I will continue to thrive in life, full of adventure and love, until one day I am taken out of this world to join all those who have gone before me into the kingdom of heaven. Until then, I simply live, life wild, open,